suphondolwayo izwa imithandazo yethu Nkosi sikelela thina lusapho lwayo Nkosi sikeleli Afrika maluphakanye suphondolwayo izwa imithandazo yethu Nkosi sikelela thina lusapho lwayo sithi woza moya sithi woza moya sithi woza moya oyingcwele Nkosi sikelela thina lusapho lwayo morena bolo kasitjhaba sa Yesu o fedise dintwa le matshwenye o se boloke o se boloke morena au se tjhaba sa Yesu se tjhaba sa Afrika o se boloke o se tjhaba au se tjhaba sa Yesu se tjhaba sa Afrika
Amanda. Thank you very much, Commissar Dr. Hussein. We're now going to call upon the EFF Command, Gauteng Provincial Chairperson, Fighter Matibango Beni, to welcome you. Comrades, to welcome the Provincial Chairperson, Comrade Matiba. There's no strong comrades. The Chairperson wants to take progress. Bafundi hlanganani, shiwele, oh.
CCT, CSCT, PSCT is present here today. Standing before you is Matimbangoven, the current sitting chairperson of Gauteng. And we would like to welcome you in this fourth NSA. Let this be the festival of ideas. But mostly, comrades, let's remain calm and disciplined. Amandla! Two!
High moral, high moral, high discipline. Thank you very much, Comrade Matimbango, for welcoming us here. We're now going to call upon the FFSC Deputy Secretary General, Commissar Mbali Zondo, to lead us on the credentials. Commissar.
Students Command, Aikule. Aikule, EFF Students Command, Aikule. Long live to the undying spirit of Nungisima. Long live. Long live to the undying spirit of Kenzani Masego. Long live. Long live to the undying spirit of Hilary Gadi. Long live. Amandla. Oweto. Thank you very much, fighters. I am going to be presenting the credentials for the Economic Freedom Fighters Students Command for the 4th National Students Assembly. Out of 729 delegates, present are 588. Branch delegates expected are 545. And present are 430. PSCTs expected are 168 and present are 148. Eastern Cape, total delegates expected are 96, present are 74. Branch delegates expected are 75 and present are 55. Free State, total delegates expected are 61, present are 43. Branch delegates expected are 40 and present are 27. Gauteng, total delegates expected are 119, present are 95. Branch delegates expected are 98 and present are 74. KwaZulu-Natal, total delegates expected are 151, present are 131. Branch delegates expected are 130, present are 113. Limpopo, total delegates expected are 69, present are 60. Branch delegates expected are 44 and present at 32. Mpumalanga, total delegates expected are 65, present are 52. Branch delegates expected are 48 and present are 41. Northwest, total delegates expected are 51, present are 38. Branch delegates expected are 30 and present are 21. Northern Cape, total delegates expected are 2, present is 1. Branch delegate expected are 2 and present is 1. Western Cape, Total delegates expected are 99. Present are 84. Branch delegates expected are 78. And present are 66. Central Students Command Team. Out of 16 CSCT delegates expected, 10 are in attendance and 6 are not in attendance. The Provincial Interim Students Leadership Corps. Out of 168 PSCT delegates expected, 148 are in attendance and 21 did not attend. The breakdown is as follows. Done. Thank you.
Amandla! Awetho! Thank you very much, comrades. Thanks, Commissar. Comrades, those were the credentials. It was straightforward. Can we then get someone to adopt? Then the second hand will then second the adoption so that we can start with the official program. Any hand? Do we have a roving mic? There are mics here, comrade. You can stand up. Say your name, surname, where you come from, institution and province, and then adopt their credentials. Let's go, comrades. There are mics here. You can just stand up, comrades. Thank you.
Mandla. My name is Karchero Ramchira, University of Mpumalanga, Bombela campus, and the credentials are adopted. Thank you, Noba.
Thank you very much, Comrade Katu. Can you have a second, comrade? Don't forget your name, surname, institution, and province.
Amandla. Greetings, my name is Chanel Steenkamp. I will not like to second the adoption of the credentials. It's because from Gauteng we have branches that are outside. We have Van der Bijl Park that didn't even fail audit, but they're not here with us. We have CJC campuses that are outside. So that's the reason why I'm not adopting the credentials. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Comrade, let us not degenerate. Comrade, let us not degenerate. There's an adoption. We gave you enough time. Adopt, then it was adopted. Comrades, that's how it happens. That's the organization. They've adopted. Can you have a seconder? The mics are there next to you. Can you have a seconder, comrades?
Mandla. Away too. Mandla.
Away too.
No, thank you very much, your leadership. My name is Tabuntu Fago from TUT, Tapan branch. Now, leadership, I want to ask you something. What is the reason for you to ask us to second? What is the need of a seconder if you don't want us to raise our concern? Because I want, actually, my appeal is to say, may you please allow all the provincial secretary to confirm the credentials that are correct, just to give them that opportunity so that we can move.
Fighters, Amandla. Away too. Thank you very much. Fighters, the process is that we read the credentials and then we move for the adoption of credentials, and we move for the second of the credentials, and we will come and listen to your queries or questions that which you have. Now, the process is that we must adopt the credentials. And now, there's already a speaker who moved for the adoption. The second thing that must be done is the second speaker who must second the adoption of the credentials. Thank you very much. And then we'll listen to your queries and all questions that we have.
Thank you, President. Thanks for the guidance. Can we then have a seconder? Then we'll take any queries. The mics are next to you, comrades. Let's have a seconder. Your name, surname, institution, and the province. Thank you.
Sure, Comrade Nopala. My name is Uridiret Masibi from Joburg Region, Wits University. Comrade Nopala, the process of seconding the adoption of credentials cannot be seconded if credentials have not been adopted. So I think the spokesperson of Gauteng made it very clear that we cannot second and adopt these credentials because there are branches of Gauteng that are outside, that have been launched, that have passed audit. Therefore, in what capacity can we as Gauteng say that we are going to second these credentials? Thank you.
Thank you very much, comrades. Thank you very much. So, comrades, maybe we must also try to bring some sense of organizational procedures. We said, can we have someone to adopt, to us adopted? Then we are saying now, can we have someone who will then second? Then if there are queries, will also come and entertain your queries. And it's only Gauteng, there are 3 branches. We'll also then take that into account. But 3 branches does not make any fundamental or material difference. We are going to, comrades, you cannot hold the whole assembly because there are 3 branches. We are going to then take your queries, lodge it with our administrators for them to process it. But that's the most simplest way, comrades. We are saying there are 3 branches. Okay. Comrades, as the custodian of the organization, I will then come and resume to that. Those branches, the 3 of them, they failed audit. We then gave the chairperson, Matimba, launching packages. He then went to launch those branches. They were submitted after the audit process was closed. Comrades, we gave you not less than 5 times. We opened, we closed. We opened, we closed. We opened, we closed. Not less than 5 times. You are not genuine. We gave you many trials. You today, you want to hold us at ransom because of us giving you a grace period. You are challenging us on basis that why did we give you a grace period? You're not genuine. And those branches, comrades, they were submitted this week. I think on Tuesday, if not Monday. It was closed. When were we going to print delegates and texts? You are degenerating this 4th National Student Assembly. It's not correct. It's not. Thank you very much, comrades. Can we have someone to second the adoption of the credentials?
Amandla, how are you? My name is Kagiso Nkuna from Sidibeng Region, Sidibeng College. Comrade Nopala, you just said there are 3 branches. There are 8 branches that are outside. There are 8 branches that are outside, and we submit to you that please look into the matter because we cannot have branches that have been launched and failed audit and relaunched again, and their files were submitted, but the delegates are outside. So we cannot adopt credentials while we know that our own delegates from Gauteng are not inside. Thank you very much. Amandla.
Comrades, you are going back and forth. The simple response is that, comrades, we gave you enough time. We gave you enough time to go and launch branches, relaunch again, launch branches. We therefore closed those branches that are not appearing. They are not audited. They are out of the audit process. They are out. We can't discuss branches that are out, comrades.
Comrades of Gauteng, please don't extend us here. Those branches were given time to relaunch, and when they return the files very late. They return the files very late, and now we are saying to you, we want a mover or to second the credentials. Can we then have a mover to second the credentials? We listen to your issues. That's what I said. What's the problem? Now can we have a mover to second credentials. Let's move.
Sure, leader. General Commander. Commander, my name is Aseza Zanogutle Mayapi from the Western Cape.
SG.
General.
That's not done. Who's that?
SG, you have a hand here.
Yes, but there's a speaker on the podium.
Okay, SG, thank you. This is Zenzo Hlazo, the Provincial Secretary of Northwest.
There's someone
No,
on the
comrade.
podium.
Zenz, you'll come after.
Okay.
There's a speaker. That's what I was trying to explain to you. Thanks.
General, my name is Aseza Zanogutle Mayapi from UWC, from the Western Cape province that will deliver a president. Chairperson of the session, I want to say one thing we're not going to allow is to entertain people who came here not having numbers, going to try and derail us. So,
Yes.
as a delegate from the Western Cape, from UWC, I move for the adoption, I second the adoption of the agenda. Amandla.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, comrades. Thanks for the seconder. We so move. We are now going to call upon the Deputy Secretary General, Commissar Mbali Zondo, to lead us on the rules and procedures of the Assembly. Commissar, thank you.
We are now going to proceed with the Assembly Rules and Procedures. I am going to request that all fighters open page 4, and they are ready for corrections and amendments with their pens. Only the person who's going to be focused when I'm reading will pick up corrections. Here and there, I will assist as well. But if we are all focused, we will be able to pick up where I'm correcting or making corrections, or corrections have been corrected. Mistakes have been corrected. Okay. The normal rules and of the EFFSC meeting procedure will apply with the following additions. Only duly accredited delegates of those recognized by the steering committee will be allowed into plenary and commission session. All delegates will have the right to speak in plenary, and duly accredited participants will have a right to speak in commissions. Delegate wishing to speak must indicate their intention by raising their hands. The Assembly Chairperson will decide on orders of speakers and shall ensure that there shall be a spread of speakers. A delegate may speak in any official language. Delegates will be allowed to speak for a maximum of 3 minutes in plenary session. The Assembly Chairperson will reduce or extend this period. Delegates will be allowed to speak only once during the plenary session on each topic. Each speaker, after being recognized by the chair of session, will stand at the microphone provided on the floor and state his or her name and branch before speaking. If the chairperson calls the speaker to order, the delegates will stop speaking until the chairperson authorizes her or him to continue. Delegate wishing to raise a point of order or ask a question will do so by proceeding to the mic and raise their point of order. On a point of order being raised, discussions shall be suspended to allow an intervention of not more than 1 minute. Thereafter, the chairperson will give his or her ruling. All motions must be proposed and seconded before they are approved for discussion. An exigency motion must be submitted in writing by the proposer and seconder to the steering committee. No business shall be allowed to be discussed which does not arise out of the reports or motions before assembly, unless agreed by the steering committee. No other points of intervention shall be allowed except those provided for in the rules of the assembly. Voting in plenary will be by show of hands unless a secret ballot is called for and supported by third majority of delegates. Code of conduct. In addition to normal rules of the EFF and the EFF Students Command, Constitution and Code of Conduct, failure to comply with the following additional rules will constitute a disciplinary offense. Delegates are expected to attend all sessions and commissions and to be punctual. Delegates must refrain from any behavior which would bring the EFF and the EFF Students Command or the National Students Assembly into disrepute. Documents distributed at the assembly may be confidential, and delegates are not allowed to distribute such documents to persons who are not entitled to them, including the media. Any act of sexual harassment will be punishable. Delegates are expected to respect and obey the chairperson in all sessions and commissions. Number 6, delegates who disobey the instructions of the chairperson of the session will be removed from the assembly venue and have their accreditation tag confiscated. Any breach of discipline shall be reported to the steering committee, which shall bring such violations to the attention of the steering committee. EFFSC delegates shall not do the following. No one is allowed to bring weapons at the premises of the National Students Assembly. No one is permitted to bring or drink alcohol at the premises of the NSA. All alcohol will be confiscated and not returned to the owner. No one is permitted to enter assembly premises under the influence of or smelling alcohol and or other intoxicated substances. No one has permission to resort to violent acts of any kind in the premises of the assembly. No one shall, within the premises of the assembly, act in a manner that exposes others to harm or death. No one shall, within the premises of the assembly, act in a manner that provokes tension. No one shall act in a manner that undermines the procession of the assembly. No one shall, within the premises of the assembly, take off clothes to demonstrate anger or happiness of any kind whatsoever, or bring banners, posters, or placards in support of or against any candidate. No one shall, within the premises of the assembly, behave in a rowdy and aggressive manner. No one shall, within the premises of the assembly, be permitted to convene a party to celebrate anything resolved at the assembly. No one within the premises of the assembly shall be in an abusive and disrespectful manner towards other delegates. No cars shall bear or display any posters or materials in support or against any fighter. No t-shirt or poster displaying support of or against any fighter will be allowed in the NSA. No one without assembly accreditation tag will be allowed in the premises of the National Students Assembly. What is? Oh. No delegate shall be allowed to speak to the media about any issue in the assembly without the authorization by the steering committee. No cell phones should be on during the proceedings of the assembly plenary session and commissions. No delegate will be allowed to sleep during the proceedings of the assembly plenary session and commissions. Rules of lobbying. All political and organizational preparations for the EFF National Students Assembly are regulated by the Constitution of the EFF Students Command and EFF, as well as the guidelines adopted by the relevant constitutional structure. The process seeks to ensure that all relevant structures, particularly the branches, are able to engage extensively in shaping the policy discussions and political outcomes of any assembly in accordance with the mass and demonstration character of our movement. The following should constitute wrongfully lobbying practices and unacceptable ways of influencing the election process. Singing of songs by preferred candidates is strictly prohibited. Writing boards, t-shirts, and any other form of indication which names of candidates is strictly prohibited. Making and waving signs about candidates supported or not supported by delegates is strictly prohibited. Raising and using funds and other resources to campaign for election. Distributing money to the EFF Students Command members and structures as part of campaigning for election. Production of t-shirts, posters, and other paraphernalia to promote a particular list of candidates. promoting positions or other incentives or threatening to withhold such as a meaning of gaining support. Using the media to promote a particular list of candidates and to spread malicious rumors, falsehoods, or allegations against those with who you disagree. Leaking confidential information to the media, secret interaction with journalists with the intention to get them to write stories on internal organizational issues, or communicating internal decisions or processes to the media without due authorization. Negative campaigning, which relates to attacks on the integrity of other fighters both within the structures of the movement and in other forums, suppressing honest and legitimate debates about the caliber of candidates in formal meetings of the movement, manipulating membership figures or engaging in fraudulent membership recruitment practices, allowing structures or individuals to condone violation of constitutional provisions and or regulations and or failing to report such violations when they occur. Using the officers, resources, and staff of the Students' Command, of the EFF Students' Command or any state institutions, including institutions of higher learning or company as a machinery to promote a particular list of candidates. Using violence, intimidation, and threats to coerce those who hold a different view. Setting up structures outside the organization to promote or lobbying for a particular candidate. Convening meetings to discuss leadership issues such as false pretexts that are organized in constitutional structures. Production and distribution of documents and pamphlets not approved by the structures of the organization will not be allowed. In line with the rules, all members without exception must abide by the constitution of the EFF and the EFF Students' Command, the rules and the regulations and the code of conduct as adopted or amended from time to time, as well as all policies and decisions properly adopted or made in terms of the Constitution. Accordingly, all the EFF Students' Command structures and members should ensure that these guidelines, rules, and procedures are adhered to and enforced in the run-up to and the National Students' Assembly. In particular, any lobbying that violates the EFF and the EFF Students' Command Constitution and brings the good name, image, and integrity of the EFF and the EFF Students' Command into disrepute will subject to a disciplinary inquiry in line with the Constitution and Code of Conduct. Lobbying shall stop once the process of electing the new Central Students' Command team has been concluded at the National Students' Assembly. Once the new Central Students' Command team is elected, it becomes the duty of all the EFF Students' Command members to unite and rally behind the newly elected leadership, regardless of the preference we had before the elections. The election process. I would really like you to have your pens, comrades, because we are about to have serious amendments there and there. The election process for the National Students' Assembly must be as the 2022 National Students' Assembly guidelines. The National Students' Assembly shall elect its Central Students' Command team, which shall include the following: the President, Deputy President, the Secretary General, as I read you amend, not Secretary, Secretary General, the Deputy Secretary General, and Treasurer General. The National Students' Assembly shall elect 16 additional members to the Central Students' Command team. In instances where there is contestation, voting shall be by secret ballot in a transparent and open process. So we are going to say the open process, which should be observed by nominated observers. Full stop. Can we scratch everything else? I repeat, in instances where there is contestation, voting shall be done by a secret ballot in a transparent and open process, which should be observed by nominated observers. Then we scratch everything else after the entire sentence. Number 4. We are going to add number 4, which is going to be each province must nominate 2 delegates to the National Students' Assembly as observers. So in addition to that sentence, we add, each province must nominate 2 delegates to the NSA as observers. The nomination and voting process of the top 5 officials shall happen as follows. The chairperson of the, please scratch Electoral Commission to elections committee. We are going to be having an elections committee, not the electoral commission. The chairperson of the elections committee shall call for the nomination of the top 5 positions in the following sequence. Number 1, the president. 2, deputy president. 3, secretary general. 4, deputy secretary general. 5, treasurer general. Nominated delegates must be members of the EFF Students' Command and must present a proof of registration for the current academic year. After nominations of each position, the chairperson of the elections committee will ask the nominated member is available. Confirmation of availability can be through the nominated member verbally communicating their availability if they are a voting delegate, or through a letter which should be submitted to the elections committee. Once nomination has been confirmed, the chairperson of the elections committee should ask the National Student Assembly voting delegates to second the nomination by a show of hands, and only names that reach 30% of the voting delegates will be included on the ballot. If a name of a nominated candidate reaches 30% threshold, it will be included on the ballot paper. If there is only one nomination, such as a nomination will be confirmed as elected to the position upon which they were nominated. In instances where there is more than one nomination for each position which has reached 30% threshold, the elections committee shall develop a ballot paper for the delegates. Once the ballot paper is printed, the elections committee shall, with the assistance of the National Students' Assembly, appoint observers who will be accepted by all candidates and nominees as observers. Before elections, all the ballot papers shall be stamped or signed at the back with a unique signature or stamp which cannot be copied by anyone. The number of ballot papers shall be counted in front of the elections committee and observers. The voters' roll for the elections shall be the attendance register to the National Student Assembly. A temporary voting station will be set up, allowing each and every voter or delegate to have space to vote secretly. The temporary voting station should necessarily have the following: attendance register, ballot papers, space for delegates to vote secretly, and pens, not pencils, to vote, and empty ballot boxes. Not one, empty ballot boxes. Upon entering the temporary voting station, the delegate's name will be checked on the voter's roll, marked, and the delegate issued with one ballot paper to vote secretly. When all delegates have voted, the elections committee will close the temporary voting station and begin counting votes. Counting will happen as follows. Firstly, count the number of votes casted. Secondly, separate the number of votes received by each delegate. Count how many votes each candidate received. Count the number of spoiled votes. The candidate with the highest number of votes will be the one who is elected for the position. After counting is finished, all delegates will be called to the NSA for the announcement of names of those who have been elected. In the instance where 2 candidates received the same number of votes for one position, the elections committee should reconvene the plenary to explain that there are delegates who received the same number of votes and revoting will happen on a secret ballot. Please note that results should not be announced before the revoting of a position which had the same number of votes has been finalized. The nomination and voting process of additional members shall happen as follows. Only 16 additional members should be voted into the Central Students' Command team and added with the top 5 positions elected, the total number will be 21. Of the 21 members of the Central Students Command Team, a minimum of 50% of the Central Students Command Team shall be females, meaning that 11 females shall constitute the total 21 members of the Central Students Command Team. This ruling guideline is non-negotiable. The nomination of additional members will happen from the floor, and the threshold for this nomination will be 25% of the voting delegates. Voting shall be by the secret ballot, and the top 16 candidates for additional members with the highest votes are elected as members of the Central Students Command Team. The elections committee should ensure that a minimum of 11 females are overall nominated and elected to the Central Students Command Team, meaning that where only males have the highest 16 votes, the females beneath them should be shifted until threshold is reached. The elections committee shall be constituted by the steering committee, prepare the ballot papers as directed by the Constitution, make adequate preparations for voting by secret ballot where applicable, including the provision of ballot boxes and the setting up of a machinery for effective supervision and counting of votes. Establish further procedures for voting and handle any dispute arising. Announce the results of all ballots. The chairpersons of the elections committee shall verify that the names of all candidates are accurately captured on ballot paper and signed it off before it can be printed. Conclusion. Adherence to this program and rules of the Assembly will ensure that the organization conducts the Assembly in a dignified manner, which will lay a solid base as we continue to build towards EFF 1 million membership by December 2020. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner DSG. Can we now, comrades, call upon the EFFSC President of Eswatini for the message of support? And while he's coming to the podium, or adoption, okay. Sorry about that. Can we now have a hand to adopt the rules and the procedures of the 4th NSA? The mics are next to you. Same procedure. Name, say name, where you come from. Then you adopt.
Mandla, away two. My name is Matimbangobe, the chairperson of Gauteng Province. I stand to adopt the rules and procedure of this assembly.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chairperson. Can we have a seconder?
Mandla, away two. I fight us Pelele Mthembu from Tshwane University of Technology. I second the adoption of the rules. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vitas Pelele. Can we call CSCT members, comrades? Your chairs are empty here. Where are you? CSCT members. Can they all stand up and come to the podium? Can we have someone, comrade, who can't sleep? Why young people? This is a revolutionary movement, comrade. This is a student movement. Let's have someone who can lead a song, comrade. Let us not sleep, comrade. We are not here to vote, we are here to engage, comrade.
Can we engage?
Can we then, comrades, have... You can take the mic, comrade.
koma sofuna ingani yala ewathi efefu student koma
awe awe makunyiwe
Ewathi alala iyo alala
Amanda. 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 Comrade, you can't tolerate what's happening there at the back. You can't. Can that mic be switched off, please? What is happening now? Amanda! Comrade, thank you very much. We are now moving. We are calling upon the EFF Choice Command President of Eswatini for a message of support. Comrade President.
Amandla. 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 Awethu. Phambili EFF phambili. Phambili EFF phambili. Phakama Student Command phakama. Phakama Student Command phakama. Thank you, SG. EFF officials, the student leadership, and the members of the student command, I greet you all. Standing right in front of you is Mbendulo Dlamini, the president of the student command in Swaziland. I would like to take this opportunity to applaud the unity and the support that you have given to the young people of Swaziland. Each and every day, young people of this country, they've sent us messages, and some they've given us support that we need wherever we are asking for. I feel happy today to see such numbers. And if it was my wish, I will take all of you back to Swaziland so that we can encourage the young people of Swaziland to stand against this family that is terrorizing the young people. Back home, Mswati is slaughtering people just like animals. As you can see, I'm always wearing dirty turkeys. The reason is one. Even if I go to bed, I make sure that I'm dressed. Because I don't know when they are going to call me and say, Mswati's forces, they're around the corner, they are coming for you. But this has never meant us or made us to retreat. We are going to make sure that even if we die fighting. We understand that this is one man. We are too many to be afraid of one man and one family. It doesn't belong to one family. Back in Swaziland, we don't really applaud
young people for wearing regalia or red t-shirts. Yes, I'm an EFF member and a proud one. But what makes us proud, it is going to the streets. We are ground forces. So I just hope that even here in South Africa, these numbers, ngempela sizofunda mahala nangenkani. There is nothing that can stop this train from attaining free education. The numbers that I'm seeing here today, they are very much impressive. I'm even afraid to stand right before you because this is the first time I've seen young people in such numbers. I want to congratulate in advance the incoming great leaders of the Student Command. I want to encourage each and every one of them that this is the day where you get to the office. But one thing for sure, it doesn't matter where you come from, Limpopo, KZN, but you are leading the Student Command of South Africa. Unity shall come first. You can never attain anything if you will always be talking about ukuthi mina ngiqhamuka eWestern Cape, ngiqhamuka kwaZulu Natal, bantu engizobabheka abantu bakwaZulu Natal kuphela. When you are a leader, you are leading every student. So I will say to them in advance, congratulations. And I hope that the unity that will bring to the students, you will also come to Swaziland, because we need just one push. So if you can all come to Swaziland, we can even push that man away even from Africa. Amandla. Amandla. Phansi ngamagqilazi phansi. Phansi ngabagqilazi phansi. Thank you, SJ.
Amandla. Sibonge kakhulu emavi laphuma kuwe mongameli webafundisi Swatini. Sibonga kakhulu ukuthi nifikile namuhla. Sibonge kakhulu. Can I now call upon the first respondent of the students, the commander of young people, the first respondent of the students' command in South Africa, Comrade President Mandla Shikwambane, to then give us a political overview on the journey that we have traversed till today. Comrade President.
Amandla awethu bathi wenyamazana 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 dlale dlathi Sale satit, sale satit, sale satit. Wenyamazana, 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 wenyamazana bathi ungajayempe 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 amandla awethu. Thank you very much, SG of the EFF Students Command, the officials of the EFF present here today, the Deputy President of the EFF, and the Treasurer General of the EFF, CCT members who are here today, the officials of the EFF Students Command who are here today, and also CSCT members who are with us here today, the provincial leadership from all provinces who are here with us here today, the delegates of the EFF Students Command of this conference, but above all also our guests who are here with us today. We have the former president of the EFF Students Command. We also have the former Secretary General of the EFF Students Command. We also have the former Deputy Secretary General of the EFF Students Command. And we also have the EFF Students Command Swaziland amongst us. Let me take this opportunity and say all of you, you are welcome and all protocols observed. Comrades, I'm going to give the political overview. The EFF June 16 Command Student Movement, which since its inception in 2015 altered the political landscape of higher education, takes stock of developments since we assumed office in 2019 at the University of the Free State in Bulfontein, Free State. It identifies the key political challenges facing the student working class moving forward, the political challenges facing our post-fees must fall politics and our glorious movement as a whole. The EFF Students Command, in its National Students Assembly held at the University of the Free State, revived its commitment to fight for free, quality, and decolonized education, and entrusted this CSCT collective to build a capable vanguard movement to lead this radical program. We are here by today reassembled, here to reflect on the character, attitude, and the most importantly, capacitate the movement quantitatively and qualitatively to agitate the ground towards the full implementation of our revolutionary funding principles. Mobilizing students beyond the struggle for economic freedom embodied in the funding manifesto of the EFF. Pursuit of radical higher education transformation with the aim towards free, quality, and well-resourced education. Fighters to champion the interest of students and all workers in institutions of higher learning, building a dynamic relationship between students and the community struggles and campaigns, participating in progressive international campaigns and programs, promoting academic and research excellence and progress, contributing towards intellectual and ideological discourse in a manner that seeks to promote the struggle for economic freedom. The EFF Students Command derives its existence from the constitution of the EFF. It is governed by and adherence to the policies and programs of the EFF. It is the student wing of the EFF in the fullest sense, and therefore the student movement 7th anniversary must be a series of events which centers our 7 non-negotiable cardinal pillars in all forms and strategic side of our revolutionary struggles. The EFF, formed in July 26, 2013 at Uncle Tom in Soweto, brought together revolutionary and militant activists, community-based organizations, lobby groups, under the umbrella of political party pursuing the struggle of economic freedom. The student movement is outstandingly proud of the EFF's commitment to the land struggle. The Commander-in-Chief and the President of the EFF proposed amendments to Section 25 of the Constitution to make it legal for the state to expropriate land without compensation. Unsurprisingly, the former liberation movement showed the society a great deed and political inconsistency and ideological mismatch after making a U-turn on the land bill. This report is our attempt to assess development in relation to the key mandates adopted at the 3rd National Student Assembly that took place in July 2019, some of which are organizational and particularly in relation to the organizational challenges during election, contest for the governance, and advancing a black student and working class political agenda. Conscientizing and rallying students behind the banner of Red Beret as to build a broader working class consciousness and ideological cohesion, and building the organizational energies of the EFF Students Command at large, advancing the struggle for free education, since we are introducing this report, accounting for a complex and political challenging period encountered since we took office. This report is brief, as many of our members may find thoughtful to peruse reports which are too long and complex. This report is an attempt to summarize a very detailed, eventful, and historic period of our leadership, which we were the first test of our glorious movement formed with the revolutionary purpose of advancing the agenda of black students in the institutions of higher learning. Therefore, we urge the leadership, collective concern, to give themselves time to go through all the sections of this report so that they have a full view of the challenges happening, political development and growth of our movement, and lessons to be drawn in order to position this movement henceforward. This is our moment. This is our burden. This is our challenges. Frantz Fanon put it better when he said, and I quote, "Each generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its mission or fulfill it or betray it," unquote. This is the task we have today as native revolutionaries, to discover our mission, fulfill it or we betray it. It is a report that seeks to get us out of our comfort zones by forcefully presenting our situations to the EFF and the EFF Students Command Potential Leadership Collective. It is a report that in its totality presents an argument that says we must change by adopting a new mindset of simple or we simple perish. We must recover the purpose of why the EFF Students Command was formed 7 years ago. We are a growing organization that continue to back the trend in most parts of the world. We will report about fighting and campaigning movement that has remained the voice of reasons despite the challenges that we have confronted with. We have won many friends and admirers due to our radical activism and good SRC governance. Some of these friends are genuine, and they want the best for the command student movement. Others are demagogues and opportunists who want to influence us for their own narrow interest. For instance, in some cases, we had to recall SRC members in some institutions who involved themselves in tender processes instead of advancing the EFF pillar of eradicating tender system that harbors corruption and corrupt student leaders. To help marginalized black students, organize them for free, quality, and decolonized education from Eurocentric blinkers is not demagogy. To speak the truth and revolt, however awkward or unwelcome, is not demagogy. Demagogy is to lie to the people what is possible and what is not. Demagogy is to foster dependency through patronage. Demagogy refuses collective responsibility and collective discipline. Sometimes, demagogy masquerades as a radicalism and superior ideological logic, but it is always true and true, reactionary. Hence, the command student movement is founded on the principles of unity, collective revolution of the marginalized. We have developed programs to mobilize all members on the issues that are better prepared for comfort of our challenges. We hope by the time this assembly is completed, black marginalized students will be speaking through the delegates who will gather to take the Students' Command movement forward. The complex challenges facing our movement emanating and shown in the decrease of the number of SRCs across institutions of higher learning, which the EFF Students' Command is in charge of. The continuing academic and financial exclusions of NSFAS through the N+1 and N+2 rule, which are mostly suffered by black students from poor working class households. The march to our longer-term political vision of free, quality, and decolonized, well-resourced education demands patience, resilience, bold thinkers, foresighted and visionary leadership. We need an open-sighted and collaboration of leadership because it has become clear that the movement has encountered a critical time and challenges. The overall thrust of our political concern and strategy herein, the report to assert the EFF Students' Command political hegemony for all South African institutions of higher learning to counteract the entrenched power of white monopoly capital. It is no secret that the call for free education, it is a call for land and nationalization of the strategic sectors of the economy. Therefore, the government cannot fund free education without sufficient state revenue that come from the mines, big commercial farms, banks, and all strategic sectors of the economy that are land-based. To that end, we seek to combine the building of organizational unity through a student movement, through the student movement and through the EFF and social power in a way that consistently inclines the balance of power in favor of the black students and poor working class. We have led marches for free registration, which were successful in the institutions of higher learning. And also, we have led a march to the Department of Higher Education in demand for free access to higher education. Students' freedom with the EFF Students' Command is intertwined with the broader freedom of all oppressed black people. And this freedom we are fighting for must bring tangible and real benefits to the poor black students, black working class of our beloved country, Africa and the diaspora. Less than a year since this CSCT assumed official responsibility, the world got confronted with the deadly virus called COVID-19. And the outbreak of these placed a limitations on the scope and nature of students' activism and politics within the institutions of higher learning. The limiting conditions affected all of us and our movement. However, the EFF Students Command played an increasingly powerful role in shaping the students' politics of the time through championing free laptops for all students by redirecting the SRC budgets in institutions of higher learning wherein the EFF Students Command was in charge to purchase those laptops. This is a step of advancement of our pillar to free access for poor black child. Comrades, through our activities, mobilization, and strategic focus, the EFF Students Command assumed the role of leader of progressive political leader of contemporary pro-black student politics at all material times. Previously marginalized by those in the SRC power, such as SASCO, DASU, in few white institutions where it used to govern before we came into the space. Now, the key institutional policies of higher education and national students' issues affecting students cannot move without the EFF Students' Command's input or interventions. The organization's political impact is far-reaching despite being young organization in age, not in political impact or radicalism. The surfacing of COVID-19 was of course unexpected, but one thing about it, it exposed the incompetency of the current government and their lack of acting fast. However, we can blame that on old age. Hence, a national renewal of mandate is of paramount importance. COVID-19 not only exposed the government of the ANC, but it further exposed the inequalities of this country. We saw many students having to drop out due to the inability to continue with digital learning. Not only was this caused by the lack of digital materials, but also networks in the deep rural areas, where a majority of our black students are coming from. Digital learning saw many dreams of black students being placed on hold, while those from privileged backgrounds flourished. The blended learning introduced by some institutions further segregated us by class, as only those from white-only institutions afforded that. Also, speaking to where does the yearly budgets of the Department of Higher Education and Training go to? Comrades, when we talk of institutions of higher learning, we're not referring only to universities, but inclusive of the TVET colleges. TVET colleges are largely dominated by black people and play a huge role in skills development of our youth. Hence, the failure of government to subsidize them speaks to the lack of care that this government has for the black majority. The conundrum of gender-based violence in contemporary South Africa cannot be grasped outside of the opposing cultural forces of our cultural imperialism that has blinkered both black men and women to view life and further ahead through the Eurocentric, or rather correctly classified by so-called civilized framework of perceptions. These imperialist cultural forces are an issue demanding our immediate attention and problems demanding our immediate solutions. In the pre-colonial Africa, men and women coexisted in harmonious manner without any form of gender prejudices. Both men and women lived and contributed equally to women's existence and their respective household. Men looked after the cattle And while women assumed role of teachers, nurturers of culture and humanity by teaching idioms and proverbs, storytellings and others, both men and women owned and worked the land equally. The colonial annexations of Africa by imperialist forces dating 1400s, Atlantic slave trade that transported black people from West Africa to North America to be enslaved to white masters, to extort cheap labor from them. The subsequent colonization of settlement and domination in the 20th and the early 21st centuries. And annexation was, of course, political, and indeed it was economic, despite the claims of Bible diplomats, but it was also cultural and sexist. During this slavery, women suffered dual slavery, being victims of cheap physical and sexual labor to enslaving masters. The latter form of slavery turned women and femininity into objects of masculine sexual gratifications. This is historic watershed of gender-based violence. From this annexation, men and black men in particular were then taught to perceive women as objects or property whose ownership lies within men. It is a historical fact that capitalism, which South Africa is living under the social order of, commercialize and commodify everything, including natural pleasure itself. Under South Africa capitalism, wealth, just like in all other capitalist societies, centralized in the hands of men for capitalism, is inherently patriarchal. In the past few months and years, the states around gender-based violence have been rapidly rising to the devastating core. Women are dying in the hands of men. Most are wives, girlfriends, in the hands of husbands and boyfriends. While the post-1994 government has introduced the state loan called NSFAS to ease access to free education, the reality is that the loan share called NSFAS has not been sufficient to ensure conducive student living in as much as the question of affordability of students' life. This reality, unfortunately, has made our sisters vulnerable to wealthy men who give them monetary boost to afford students' life in exchange for sex. This monetary transaction is what parent and deepens the conundrum within higher education space. It creates a sense of ownership that a man feels a woman is his property. Of great alarm is the neglected forms of gender-based violence which men are going through in silence. Yes, it is true that as black people, we lived in our harmonious cultural life. However, our culture also taught toxic masculinity. Hence, our men suffers and die in silence without speaking, for it is a sign of weakness in our native culture for a man to speak of his weaknesses. Some of women are perpetuating violence against the men in the relationships and marriages. And these men are hysterically threatened by the very same women to speak out, thus numerous statistics. From 2019 have been showing that the number of men committing suicide exceeds that of women. So, how do we revolt? And who do we revolt against? Men should get rid of their trenchiness towards women and unite with women to revolt against the current socio-economic, cultural, and political order of neo-colonial capitalism in South Africa. The EFF Students Command has been at the forefront of the anti-gender-based acts through establishment of the gender-based acts across universities, as we have seen at University of Limpopo, University of KwaZulu-Natal, University of Johannesburg, just to mention some. We as members and leaders of the EFF Students Command should assume an active role in uniting both men and women to fight against gender-based violence, and this system breeding all forms of social conflicts and ills. In the past years, we have experienced a spike in cases of gender-based violence, especially in the institutions of higher learning. Comrades, the EFF and the EFF Students Command does not and will never harbor abusers. An abuser does not deserve to be called a fighter. Fighters are loving people. The EFF Students Command is a home for everyone. And thus, we condemn the scourge that this pandemic, that want to become a norm in our society. We require fighters to be at the forefront in fighting this pandemic in every institution. Fighters, the struggle for free, quality, and decolonized education does not emerge out of nowhere. Rather, it is a call that seeks to restore the dignity of the oppressed that have been stripped of by white colonialists. The quest for free education is a one that seeks to afford black people and Africans in general the opportunity to structure themselves in a society that is filled with many disadvantages. However, the main objective for free education is advocating that education not be treated as commodity. Education should be free and accessible for all. This is mainly because we live in a society where black people are constantly subjected to man-made structural disadvantages that have been imposed upon us, which eventually leads towards a stagnant life. Therefore, on the mere fact that a black person is constantly subjected to subhuman treatment, the call for free education is one that resonates with the struggle of black marginalized. It is apparent that many black students in institutions of higher learning have been constantly financially excluded on the basis that they do not afford to pay their fees. This led towards fees protests that aimed to achieving a sustainable free education. In the past few years, free education is a call made by the black marginalized subjects of South Africa that have witnessed the unfair access to higher education, to higher institutions of learning. However, we must at all materials, times, and remind ourselves these very same institutions that they are funded by the taxes and paid by the poor black people of this country. Our mothers and our fathers that pay these VAT to sustain these institutions. These institutions are common good and they must behave in a manner that is reflective of the aspirations of this country. Currently, the rate of unemployment in South Africa is sitting at 34.5% and above, being one of the highest on record, with no hope of betterment. It was also declared by the spokesperson of white monopoly capital that the government is incapacitated to create jobs, and thus it is sole responsibility of the private sector to do such. The same white monopoly capital that asks graduates for 3 to 5 years of experience before they can employ them. All this comes after 28 years of the so-called freedom. We then ought to ask ourselves, Who is free? Free from what? These are the questions that are to be answered by us, the EFF Students Command. In the absence of the Youth Command, it has been long clear that indeed, as black people, we are on our own. And thus, a time for revolutionaries to rise has arrived. Workers within the institutions of higher learning play an integral part of sustaining these institutions. These very same workers ensure the institutions continue to operate with its business. These workers consist of cleaners, securities, gardeners, shuttle drivers, and many others. However, it must not be lost on us as the black youth of this country that our parents have been continuously subjected to unfair and inhuman treatment. These very same institutions that constantly preach inclusivity and transformation continue to treat our parents as objects and subjecting them to cheap labor as means of undermining them, regardless of the tremendous hours that they have to work in those institutions. Such behavior from these institutions reveals to us that our mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters are not valued at these institutions. It is therefore our responsibility as the students and the youth of this country to constantly march on the side of the workers. As black students in these institutions, we cannot isolate ourselves from the struggle of our parents because we know the material conditions that they face on a daily basis due to man-made structural disadvantages. We cannot neglect the concerns and cries of our mothers and fathers, but rather let us join the struggle as it is ours as well. The power of unity is the only way that we can ensure that our parents are afforded the benefits for having worked these institutions. It must be our generational mandate to ensure that all our parents are insourced within the institutions of higher learning. The struggle of workers within these institutions which permits from the lack of insourcing of workers, that of which is more palatable to the capitalistic system. The lack of insourcing of workers within these institutions of higher learning initially means that workers will not enjoy the benefits for having worked their blood and sweat to protect and develop these institutions. It is therefore our generational duty as the black and poor dejected masses that we must develop a culture that is aligning ourselves with workers' struggle within the institutions of higher learning. For the longest time, struggles of workers in the institutions of higher learning have been neglected. And only with the total domination of the EFF Students Command in the SRCs that we saw an improvement to their working conditions. Our mothers and fathers are treated as non-entities, whereas they are the lifeline of all these institutions. It is why we have always called upon all fighters and sympathizers of the EFF Students Command to rally behind our founding principle, which is to champion interests of students and all the workers in the institutions of higher learning. With that, we are reiterating that struggles of students are intertwined with the struggles of workers. And at no point shall workers suffer in the presence of any fighters. The arrogance of management and their disregard to issues must never show face anywhere where there is a branch of the EFF Students Command. The EFF Students Command views the Stellenbosch racist saga in the context of the economic structural anatomy. South Africa is a racist capitalist society, and in which the minority governs the policy direction of our country through the ANC, which manages the affairs of the bourgeoisie. For this reason, that the practical approach to addressing racism is the restructuring of the economic hierarchy. And central to this revolutionary program is the expropriation of land without compensation. Racism in higher education is a systemic problem. Hence, therefore, the EFF Students' Command should be dialectical in its thinking. The attempt to decolonize the university outside of society is academic abstractism. The EFF Students' Command activism should not be limited within the intellectual landscape, but should extend its footprint to the communities. One of the founding critical and fundamental point of existence of the EFF Students' Command is to mobilize students to rally behind the banner of the EFF and the only leading movement for the struggle of the economic freedom. Fighters, we must acknowledge and we must also say that we have seen Stellenbosch University taking actions on the case of that racist boy who have actually did wrong to all of us sitting here in that university. We know and we are aware that they've suspended that racist young man. But we are saying suspension is not enough. If there are students here of Stellenbosch, after this conference, please go back and push for the expulsion of that young boy in the institution of higher learning. Not only at Stellenbosch, he must never be allowed to register anywhere in the university within South Africa, because they are white people, they have money. His parents, they must take him elsewhere. He doesn't belong here in South Africa. He has shown that. And Stellenbosch, Western Cape, and the newly elected leadership, which is going to be elected here, here is the program. Go and deal with Stellenbosch University. By the virtue of being Marxist, Leninist, and Fanonian-based ideological student movement, we are internationalists. We align with other socialist international students' movement that are fighting against white monopoly capitalism in its neo-colonial phases and advancing the struggle for free education and well-resourced education that must be decolonized. We have been working hard to establish the EFF Students' Command in Swaziland, despite limitations in time due to the pandemic and other related political difficulties that we underwent as the CSCT. The relation with international students formation with similar political character of ours must be forged, and the potential leadership to emerge in this conference out of this assembly must adopt this as part of its resolutions to go and make sure that we do not only have the Students' Command in Swaziland, we must have the Students' Command in Namibia, we must have the Student Command in Kenya, we must have the Student Command in Liberia, we must have the Student Command across all Africa and the diaspora. CLR James asserted that, I quote, if one regards himself as a member of the revolutionary vanguard, as he verbally claims, but such a comrade cannot bring at least 1 or 2 members per month to join the vanguard, then such a member must be reduced from being a member to being a sympathizer. I unquote. It privileged me as the outgoing president of the EFF Students' Command that we adopt and normalize the assertions of CLR James with, when it comes to 1 million membership campaigns of the EFF by December 2022. For instance, when the University of Venda, EFF Students' Command branch Students' Assembly said, with more than 3,000 membership in good standing, no wonder the absolute victory we had there during the SRC elections. The EFF Students Command in previous local and national elections have been actively involved in growing the EFF, not only by ensuring that the student electoral support goes to EFF, but also in ensuring the existence of the EFF in the wards nearby the institutions. Also, the EFF won Mankweng VD in 2019 national elections, a VD that was coordinated by the former SRC president of University of Limpopo, deployed by the EFF Students Command, and former EFF Students Command Limpopo coordinator. Consequently, the EFF Students Command has also made compulsory for all EFF Students Command members not only be eligible voters, but also to be members of the EFF in good standing in their wards. This assembly must reposition the EFF Students Command attitude to community politics. We must rethink the idea that if EFF Students Command, that the EFF Students Command membership is enough outside the EFF. The EFF Students Movement must correctly locate itself as an instrumental feeder to the EFF growth. An SRC victory in a campus must translate to a victory in a ward of the EFF. The two structures are inextricably intertwined. Furthermore, students activists must avail themselves to political work to strengthen branches of the EFF. The collective leadership of the CSCT was impressed to notice students' leaders as councillor candidates in the previous local government elections. In the last elections, the EFF saw a growth, and we can confidently say that our victories as the Students' Command in SRCs were reflected, and thus for that, we thank all the ground forces of the EFF Students' Command. The EFF Students' Command is relatively autonomous organization. All members of the EFF Students' Command must be members in good standing of the EFF in their respective communities. We are tired to have SRCs. The EFF Students' Command every year deploys people to SRCs. After having deployed people to SRCs, some of them will even assist you during the Funda Ngenkani campaign. We make you to register for free. We give you accommodation. We even give you food. We even make sure that you are staying in a very conducive place. But immediately after, when you graduate, you go to your communities. You are embarrassing us. You start speaking the politics of the ANC and the right. It's an embarrassment, and that must stop now. This assembly must put it as a policy that no member of the Student Command should be a member of the Student Command without a valid verification of your membership of the EFF. Fighters, our victories should not end at winning SRC elections and sustaining them, but constantly contribute to the growth of our beloved movement. It is our duty to ensure that the EFF Students' Command is appealing to young people and ensuring that we conscientize them about the importance of participating in elections. We have seen in the last local government elections, majority of young people did not participate in the elections. Some of you are sitting here, you know you did not vote, and now you are even wearing our t-shirts. We even told you that you are not voters, you are not even members. Go and be members, go and be voters, and you don't take us serious. This assembly must make it a real policy to deal with such thugs. Such people are thugs in the revolution. You are robbing the EFF. You pretend to be the EFF and you sleep with the enemy at night. So we do not want such people in our organization. This assembly must adopt that as a policy, and harshly so if one is found wanting. One of the disturbing challenges that the EFF structures, such as the gender-based desk and the labor desk and the student wing have, is to convert our gains on the grounds to grow the EFF electoral support. The gender-based violence desk provides a steadfast intervention to society. It mobilizes communities against the abuse of women and children. On the other side, the labor desk has abnormal success, particularly during the COVID-19 crisis. The desk ensured that the conditions of our workers are protected and also defended the working class against unfair and illegal retrenchment by the government and the private sector. The Student Command has dominated SRC elections in all areas of society. It leads SRC governance with no peer behind them. It has successfully relegated the PYA alliance to footnotes. However, the three components of EFF have not translated these gains to grow the EFF during elections. That should be answered by this assembly. How do we then make the labor desk of the EFF, the gender, the based violence desk of the EFF, and the student command, how do we then get them and coordinate them to work together to make sure that they gather as proper and people who are going to vote the EFF and become members of the EFF and understand the EFF? Because these three components on their own nature is to rally people behind the economic freedom in our lifetime. Comrades, the South African Union of Students, which was formed as a strategic move by both Blade and his young aspirant elites in SASCO, has assumed a significant recognition within higher education space. This recognition of it as a student national body, although led by young elites of the ruling party, as a result is the result of the EFF Students Command decreasing numbers of SRCs across the country. This hampers the radical decision-making of the CACT when it comes to political mandate executions from the upper structure to the branches of the EFF Students Command, even in institutions of higher learning that we are in charge of. These institutions are becoming solely reliant on South's resolutions for SRC positions and national issues, which in many cases limits our comrades in various campuses to operate. If one takes a different posture and South has resolved otherwise, the institution has an urge to suspend or dismiss the student. This is one of the great challenges demanding our attention. This conference must look at South. We said the EFF Students Command president, we are inviting them to come and be the guest to come to the conference because we recognize them in those institutions of higher learning. And we said to come, give us at least this amount. I saw people writing and insulting things they don't even understand. Comrades, we are running a revolution. And when we go and discuss internally in the commissions, this must be discussed because the revolution must be funded. And the revolution must have a way of fundraising. Fighters, we were not robbing you when we say come, but it was a way of saying, comrades, come and observe. But what worries me is that when Saul says pay 50,000, you don't ask. You jump and pay Saul's 50,000. And what worries me again, when we have conferences like this, we have friends of delegates who are many outside there. They came with the transport that was paid by the SRCs. So you must rethink that behavior. It angered me, and I'm leaving the office very angry. Comrades, as a result of the 4 detailed events emanating from the historical times we had in office, the following umbrella recommendations are constructively initiated. The new or the people who are going to be elected now, these are the recommendations that as the outgoing president I make. And that this conference I so wish that it can look at these recommendations and resolve something on these recommendations. I don't want to guide how you must resolve, but the conference itself, it must resolve. The potential CSCT to emerge out of this 4th National Students' Assembly will adopt our recommendation that the EFF Students' Command must revive its quest and revolutionary eager to be in charge of all universities across the country and TVET colleges to contest both SAUs and SAFETs. Or resolve, or again, or resolve on starting its own student union to replace both SAUs and SAFETs. Comrades, the EFF Students' Command compels itself for all EFF Student Command members not only to be eligible voters, but also to be EFF members in their own wards. And they must not be seasonal fighters in this campaign of 1 million campaign by December. But this must become a permanent policy of the EFF Students' Command to recruit across the country at least more than 50,000 members per year, every year, to be members of the EFF Students' Command, and also to be members of what? Of the EFF. And also to be the voters that we know that are going to vote for the EFF. The relations with other international student formation with similar political character of ours must be forged, and the potential CSCT to emerge out of this conference must adopt this as part of its resolution. Relations must not be included in the relationship with other formations, but also the formation of EFF Students' Command in African countries and the diaspora. Political education and branch inductions must be made compulsory by the CSCT and be adopted as a policy to be effective in all branches. If need arise, the CSCT must supervise it. A coordinated national shutdown in 2023 for 2023 academic year, for a national shutdown to deal with the financial exclusions emanating from N+1, N+2, and this loan share of NSFAS. Temporal measures of access to a black child in higher education. A program on the mobilization of students and relevant stakeholders for free education. A program that draws lessons from fees must fall, but also using a proper political analysis, which is the, I just said, SWOT analysis. Comrades, we have led the ship. And I want to tell you, fighters, members of the EFF Students' Command, Nteyuima, Oska Puporoa, and then when you get to the office, you sleep. Our term was so challenging on the basis that immediately after we got elected, COVID happened. And politics have to change. We did not know where to go and how to do it. But let me take this opportunity, appreciate the outgoing CSCT, officials of the EFF Students' Command. Comrade, we have worked very well. We have made sure that coming to this conference, we have launched provinces across the country. Hence, we have this type of a huge conference which we are having today. We have made sure that we launch branches, proper branches of the EFF Students Command in your universities and TVET colleges. Hence, this conference we are having here today. Comrades, we have led marches to Department of Higher Education. We have led marches to union building. We have done many things. Some of you won't see them because you've got enough time to sit on your phone and write. You are not on the ground. Those who are on the ground, they will tell you that they've done something, these comrades. Again, comrades, when we are leaving, we are saying, I will be happy to leave the student command in proper hands. To leave the student command to people who will take it from where it is now and continue to build it and unite the student command. Fighters, after this conference, let's go and work very hard. The EFF want us. 1 million membership is waiting for us. We must go and recruit more members. We must go and win more SRC elections. We must go and win universities and TVET colleges. Fighters, I'm saying to you, this assembly, I'm very much hopeful that it will give us leaders that all of us we want. Amandla! Awe to! Kula EFF Students Command, Kula! Kula EFF Students Command, Kula! Rula EFF, Rula! Amandla! Awe to! Sirilo ya kala! Sirilo ya kala! Sirilo ya tetema! Munjigeni! Sirilo ya kala! Sirilo ya tetema! Munjigeni! Temuzo itola! Munjigeni! Temuzo ito! Yoha! Munjigeni! Temuzo itola! Munyigen temuzo ito yoha munyigen sirilo ya kala sirilo ya tetema munyigen sirilo ya kala sirilo ya tetema munyigen temuzo ito la temuzo ito yoha Munyigen, energy fighters, Sirilo ya kala, Sirilo ya tetema, Munyigen, Sirilo ya kala, Sirilo ya tetema, Munyigen, temuzo itola, temuzo ito, yoha. Temuzo itola. Amandla. Thank you very much. SG.
Amandla. Amandla. Thank you very much, Comrade President. The report was very insightful, educative, and also gave life to the journey that we have traversed till today. Sikuvile President, sikuvile umkhombandlela, siyabonga. Comrades, we are now going to take a round of hands, but due to time, we'll only take a single round. As we engage the political overview of the EFFSC President, we can take hands. It's one round, no afterthought. Okay. You'll be the first one there at the back. Okay, let me start with this row. This row, yes. There's nothing here. It's only one at the back, this row. Agreed. We come to this row. This row, how many hands? Let me see hands. This row, it's 1 again. 2. Okay, wait, I will start again. You will be the first one there, Mshumi. The second one there, I think it's Sipo. The fourth one there, yes, captured. Then this row, it's only 1. Thank you. We move. And then this side, it's only 1, 2. 2. Done. Can we, in the meantime, move next to the mic? You can start that side, the first row. Let's try to be short, comrades, in respect of time.
Thank you, Secretary. My name is Babalo Batembu Papu from King Sabata Talinjebo Tivet in Amtata, Eastern Cape. This report is well prepared. I can give that. However, there are certain things, Mr. President, I would like you to look at. Before we started this session, we asked about fellow students that are outside. So looking at the interest of the students is one of the highlights that you made. We would like that we look at the interest of these students as well, rather than putting it on paper. As far as I understand now, they've been sent SMSs to provide account numbers, which means what we requested in this house won't be entertained if you have already taken steps. Can we please then try to work unitedly so that we can achieve this 1 million membership if we work together? The reflection of what is happening will hammer us when we get where we stay, because we need to be united and be able to speak the language of the EFF when you get home. I only have those 2 points out of the report. Thank you.
Number 2, this row. Comrade, there are 2 unnecessary movements now. Can you please be seated, comrades? Please.
Amandla. Awethu. Thank you very much. My point that I want to make, President, on your political view is that the role of student command in the motherboard, because all the branches of student command are adopted as branches of student command. So my question is that, how about we as student command, as branches, we also have delegates that we're going to contribute to the PPAs mhlambe, or to national level, because I think it's the only way where branches, not only the PSCT, which is the chairperson and the secretary, but also the branches must elect delegates so that we can go to PPAs to have a view that will grow the EFF and play a role in the EFF motherboard. Thank you very much.
Amandla, awethu. Thank you very much. My name is Sipho Mohopudi from the University of Mpumalanga Mbombela campus. Mine is very short. It will talk about mainly the issue of NSFAS, because now it seems we are questioning the effectiveness of NSFAS, of which is maybe something that's taking us off course. From what I've seen through the non-negotiable principles of the EFF Student Command is that we want free quality education that is decolonized, not that we want to re-engineer NSFAS to be a better funder or for it to implement more better N+1 rule. So I don't think the House should entertain much more as to how we should re-engineer NSFAS into being a better service provider, but to come up with a model, as also the Commander-in-Chief and President of the EFF has pronounced once, that there needs to be a model that will fund the free education that we are crying for. Hence, he talked about corporate tax so that the students can be able to study for free as compared to us crying to NSFAS. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. We can move.
Yeah, it's me, SG. Yeah, no, thanks. My name is Pumelelani Mshumi. I'm from UWC. Yeah, no, I won't be too long, even myself. You know, Comrade President, when you spoke on the unemployment aspect, you gave quite a detailed account, but you didn't give us a recommendation in terms of how to deal with the issues. So perhaps in your response, Comrade President, I would like something holistic in terms of the solution in and around the crisis that befalls the black nation. Yeah, no, I think also one of the perspectives that is lacking within the student command on a political level is that we don't take student governance seriously. What really are we expecting, from the SRC on a political level? Because it's one thing, Comrade President, forgive me for speaking the truth. The Commander-in-Chief always advised us to speak the truth. So in terms of infiltrating without question and decreeing that type of revolutionary character within the SRC, what is our solution? Because if we benchmark from that failed organization called SASCO, we begin to notice that solely having classes and having inductions doesn't deal far more decisively with what one must do when they're within the SRC. So what really is the solution in terms of dealing with these aspects? Because we can't dilly-dally around SRC and not deal with it at that level. I think also just lastly, Comrade President, second lastly, one of the issues perhaps in extension to the student governance aspect is that you don't speak, President, on one of the things that face UWC. You don't speak on the mandatory vaccination policy, where students were forced to inject all types of vaccines into their bodies at the risk of not being registered in their higher learning institution. So we would like something political in terms of how to deal with those particular aspects. I think also lastly, President, in terms of the issues that we are facing as a nation, is that the generation that led Fees Must Fall, comrades, who must be honest, is no longer, or rather should not be, in university spaces. The reality is that the people that are even majority here are 2000s. I want to hear something clear from the President of the Student Command, or outgoing, that how do we begin to understand the trajectory of the politics of the nation, understanding that we have 2000s who are currently influxing the university spaces, and we don't have that revolutionary character that once embodied this black, beautiful nation, particularly during 2015, 2016. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's noted. Can we move?
Mandla, awethu. Mandla, awethu. Forward to free decolonized education, forward. Forward to expropriation of South African land without compensation for equal redistribution, forward. Mandla, awethu. No, ndibulele no Balaji kelele. Igama lami nguTabuntu Faku. Ndisuka lapha kwaZulu Natal province. Isikolo or nyuvesi iDurban University of Technology, Durban branch, under the leadership of Chairman Sanele Ndwandwe Wipara and the Secretary uMakhayeni Mtanekazi Khayelethi yami. No, leadership, President, kuzawuba nzima engage with political overview yakho, but we'll have a constructive criticism of which that seeks to grow the organization and to contribute our ideas as young people. So, leadership, ngizawukota nje ezintweni ozithethileyo. Firstly, you said we've led march, a successful one. Indeed, you led march, a successful one. But I want to ask, what was the response in that march of free registration? Because even now, in institutions, we are subjected to pay for a registration fee. Didlule leadership. Because I want to understand what was successful on that march and in terms of response. Now, I want also to hear a political intervention, especially whenever student leaders in different campuses across the country embarking on a revolution, articulating the stance of the organization. Leaders are being suspended. What is the political intervention to ensure that we protect those students, to ensure that the management is scared of suspending the leaders of the EFF Student Command? I'm saying that precisely. In Unizulu, the SRC is suspended. UKZN, the whole SRC is suspended at PMP. Articulating the stance of the EFF, standing for the workers. In Mangosuthu, the SRC is suspended. At DUT, SRC president and treasurer was suspended. What is the political intervention of the organization to ensure that we protect and we don't create a fear to the students on campuses whenever they are fighting for a black child that is oppressed in the campus? And also, I'm raising this because I will also attach it with a sensitive matter of Mlungisi Madonsela, that many will be scared to raise it, but I will raise it here in this platform. Now, Mlungisi Madonsela was shot fighting for a black child, wearing the regalia of the organization, articulating the stance of the organization. And even today, we haven't got justice. Why are we not having a national campaign, launch justices across the universities, across the country, have a national shutdown to demand a justice for one of our own? Because failure to do that, we are creating a fear even to other students to embark in a revolution, because they will be scared to challenge the vice chancellors within the institution, because they know that they do not have a protection of the organization. I want to be answered leadership in terms of a political intervention on protecting fighters whenever they are fighting. And also, now, you spoke about a membership in Limpopo that they were 3,000 plus. But I want also, comrades, as an organization to look, what is a member in a good standing of the EFF Student Command? Is the member of the EFF Student Command in a good standing while that member is not registered to vote for the EFF? Is a member of the EFF Student Command in a good standing while that member is a voting cow, do not go to conferences of the organization to engage and contribute with intellectual ideas? Is that a member in a good standing? Is the member of the EFF Student Command who only being mobilized during the PSA just to vote? Because I'm also in a view to say, leadership, even first-year students must not participate in PSAs because they are voting for people whom do not know. They are just being lobbied by the friendship and obviously who came first to them. I'm on that view, leadership, to say those members, we call them in a good standing, maskwazi ukuwachonga. Andifuna ukubamde kakhulu leadership because there are many points that I also want to raise, especially about the role of the EFF Student Command. Because I believe since we don't have a youth command, the role that's supposed to be played by EFF Student Command is the role that is played by ANC Youth League in ANC. Even to ensure that we participate within the institution, we question everything that affects young people. For instance, we have people, students, whom are suspended for articulating the stance of the organization, and others were arrested and they cannot even get a job. And we have officials whom are benefiting for the organization. We have mayors, deputy mayors. Now, if you can ask all those people, how many students who were arrested who can't get employment because they were participating in a struggle that you employed, just to make them comrades, your PA, and give them that 4,000 because a caterer contributed in a struggle and can't get employment because of participation in a revolutionary activity. So are those things that we are interested as young people to question at the EFF? We want, leadership was correct to say, we must participate in PPAs and everything. We are the members of the community or our students. We will go and participate in branches and contest the matter body and go to PPA and question on behalf of the students to ensure that young people are represented because we are the future and no one can just stop us. Thank you very much, leadership.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the contribution. Can we then move?
No, thank you, SG. My name is Mohawi Sekhele, the Provincial Secretary of the Free State. So my concern goes into the character of the EFF. As the EFF, we display ourselves as a very radical and a very robust movement. But the problem is that whenever we attend such conferences, especially in terms of political overview, we tend to not implement the resolution of the House. I'm telling you now, we are sitting with a situation whereby this SRC deployment policy was there from a long time ago. But in terms of implementation, in terms of high institutions, that's not been done because these comrades, whenever they enjoy these things of privileges of SRC, they tend to forget that they exist not outside the organization, they exist within the organization. We must be at some point be able to reprimand these comrades that you are within the policies of the EFF and you must be governed by such. So my other submission comes as such. You know, it's very questionable that CSCT members, they tend to be available at this moment. 6 years down the line, they are resigning. We must be questioning, what is the problem within the CSCT? Are these comrades fighting each other?
On the point of order, SG. On the point of order, SG.
We can't take point of orders now. Can you please continue?
SG.
Who SG? What's happening?
SG.
Comrades,
Can I get a clarity on why are you not going to take the point of order?
Don't do that.
SG, what must happen?
Leader, can I protect the speaker? Don't do that, please. Can we all be respected in that manner? If you have something, comrade, we'll then give you an opportunity to raise it, but not through intimidating and interrupting a speaker. Please sit down.
No, thank you, SG. Thank you. As I was coming, and thank you for directing me when SG. I think it's very important, as I was reiterating on the matter, that the existence of the CSCT and their performance, maybe within the organization we should have a performance management in terms of these people who are available for portfolios. The reason why I'm saying so, comrades are resigning. It should be concerning why are they not able to finish their term within the CSCT. That's my argument. So we should make sure we get to understand what's happening within the CSCT and what is the problem so that we can find a solution for it. No, thank you.
The last one?
SG.
Yes.
You said after the speaker is done, you're going to entertain the point of order.
Okay. Can we do it like this then, leader? Because I can see that maybe there are some thoughts that I evoked. I'll open a second round. Can we finish the last hand?
SG.
Leadership, you will be the first one on the second round.
No, I'm raising a point of order.
Is that not fair enough? Okay, it's a point of order, I agree. But I'm then saying you'll be the first speaker after this round.
Okay.
Yes. The last speaker. The speaker maybe is covered. We can then move and attempt to respond to the questions. So what we will then do now is to give CSCT members an opportunity to respond to some of the questions that were raised on the floor. You can start, Commissioner Murphy. Or anyone. Or anyone who wants to speak? Or it's fine. What's the problem? Anyone who wants to speak, come and speak.
Manda, away two. Comrades, please excuse my voice. We're in a season of winter and there's flu. Fighters, can I please entertain the question that was raised by the latter speaker? Fighter Muhau from the Free State. He raised a very critical matter. I don't know why are we so uneasy with it. I remember very well in 2017 when we were in Val, an organizational report was given by the SG of the Students' Command. The then SG, it was Commissar Pwaba Madokwa, who's currently a member of the CCT. And she did mention that out of all 21 members that were elected, only 7 members were remaining in the CSCT. The very same problem persisted even to the following year, even to the following generation. And we can even say even now that looking at the front, all CSCT members are not here. And I think it was also raised in the governance summit that we have a problem of CSCT members that tend to be ineffective or inactive. You can even put it like that. Fighters, the main problem here is that when we come to these assemblies, we come for one purpose and one purpose alone, and that is to elect members. After that, we pack and go home. And that's, I think, what the president was addressing, to say, comrades, that must come to an end. This is a festival of ideas. And of course, if an opportunity was given, maybe going forward, we should also propose that if we come to conferences, if it's possible, TG of the EFF, we seek advice. Is it possible in the conference to begin with commissions as the main agenda of the program? And after we have consolidated the mandate, then elect a leadership that will take that mandate that is consolidated. Because what then happens is that we do not concern ourselves. We only concern ourselves with the election of the top 5. And fighters, I'm not a Bushiri. You will see it. It's going to happen even here. We're going to elect top 5. The moment when we're done electing top 5, when it comes to additional members, anyone can enter. We don't concern ourselves about the quality of the composition and the configuration of the entire 16 that constitute the majority of the CSCT, by the way. And what we do, anyone just stands, because provinces have agreed on one another, I'll give you 3 CSCT members, I'll give you 2 additional members, I'll give you 4 additional members, to a point that we even exclude other provinces like Gauteng in the previous conference, putting the organization into a very, compromising situation. So, comrades, the most practical thing to that pandemonium, comrades, in fact, not that pandemonium, but that conundrum, is to make sure that in the election of additional members, we really take it as serious as we do when we're electing our top 5. It is not just anyone who can be an additional member. Because, comrades, no one is getting paid here. It's difficult to even be an additional member. It needs commitment, it needs some sense of dedication. And if we just elect any person that we just want to elect, it then gives us a problem. So a solution that we can then bring now is that, comrades, in as much as we'll be consolidating whatever we're consolidating,
let us concern ourselves with who becomes an additional member. There is no portfolio in the EFF Students Command that is useless. Hence, we must make sure that even in additional composition, we make sure that we elect leaders that possess quality, leaders that possess enthusiasm, zest, and the necessary zeal that will take the EFF Students Command forward. Amanda.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Mafia. Any CCT, you are covered. Officials, THG, are you covered? It's fine. All right. So before I give it back to President, I want to respond or attempt to respond. Is that a hand? Okay, it's fine. Okay, wait. It's fine. Let me call first Abenta Mvelo. With the point of order, you can start. Then you will follow. And then Mahlang. Yes. No, I'm
Thank you very much, SG. My name, fighters, is Fighter Mvelo Abenda, a member of the EFF Student Command, Walter Sisulu Campus, Buffalo City branch, and the current provincial chairperson of Eastern Cape. SG, when Deputy Secretary here read the normal rules of the EFFSC meeting procedures, she mentioned that upon a point of order being raised, all discussions will be suspended. But that procedure was not applied when I raised the point of order. So then going forward to the point of order that I raised, the cadre that was making an input there, he said he is the provincial secretary, which I believe we set an extended CST meeting. And as the province, we adopted this political report and made our inputs. So now how can we then again bring our submissions after we have adopted this document? That was the order that I wanted to raise.
My apologies once again, Chairperson Eastern Cape. I'm sorry. The point of order is taken and will be advised going forward. You are captured. Thank you very much. So provinces, the only problem is that we don't have enough space here. In fact, chairperson and secretaries, we are also CSCT members. We're supposed to be here and assist us in responding to questions yourself. But now you're agitating, you're singing, but you are part of the collective. Don't do that, comrades. It's wrong. Or if you have something, you must come through us here because you are part of us. Assist us here. We are being questioned. You can't question us again. So I hope going forward that will be implemented. Thank you very much, Chair. So I want to attempt to respond to a question that was brought by Comrade Buntu when he spoke about us normalizing a situation wherein SRC members are not respected, they are suspended in institution, and there's nothing we're doing. The organizational report will also cover that and recommend. So, comrades, when it comes to SRC members, the SRC members must always be shielded by the organization as our deployees. So, one thing that I will propose to be discussed in plenary so that it ensures that our SRC members are respected and untouchable by the, in management. We then need to ensure that we establish an EFFSC governance task force. Do you get it, comrades? We don't have it. We deploy SRC members, we forget about them. We deploy presidents all over the country who then get to then monitor, oversee, and also train, induct those SRC members. Because in some instances, branch members just take everyone. They go to SRC without proper training and guidance. They go there, they messed up. And they must be safeguarded by a task unit that will always sync reports, that will always guide. SRC members shouldn't just wake up in the morning and shut down an institution. That's where mistake starts, comrade. SRC members, they are now leading branches instead of branch leading SRCs. That's where it also comes. If you go to an institution, a president is respected more than a chairperson. Then that president tomorrow can shut down an institution and do as he please. Then we are not even made aware as CSCT members. We see DUT shut down. What was the shutdown all about? So comrades, this GTU seeks to then train our members, educate them, oversee their work, so that everything our SRC members are doing must be within that scope or must be within that guidance of a governance task force. The governance task force that will report back to the CSCT. Bi-weekly meetings, weekly meetings, so that we get to relate with our SRC members. And if there are issues, we get to respond to them amicably and immediately. So I wanted comrades to try and attempt to respond to the question of SRC members, to say if they can be guided in a task unit where they will be trained, where they will report, it will assist us to then understand their work. And while understanding their work, we can then advise. Even if it's an emergency, they can then drop something on that group. In duty, tomorrow, we want to strike because, as we speak now, students are being evicted in residencies. Then we then unleash our legal team to that space. To get it, comrades. We then speak to our legal team. They want to then, sorry. All right. Thank you very much, comrades. I think the Commander-in-Chief is also coming now. President, you can then come and summarize the responses so that we can move in that fashion. Thank you very much. SAPC, assist us here. Oh, okay. I think it's proper. And then in the meantime, Fedman Lindy, where your ID is here, please come and take it. Dladla Londiwe. Thanks.
Thank you very much, SG. Comrades, we need to be honest to ourselves when we ask questions. That are we really honest to ourselves, or we are asking questions because we just want to entertain? We're not here to entertain each other. First, the question of members or people who are supposed to be delegates who are outside. We have ruled over it, and it's not part of my report. You must discuss the report. So now I must come and discuss delegation, which is not part of my report. You are abusing me. It's not part of my report. So you must also know when you take a podium what you are going to say. Don't just speak because you want to speak. As much as you may raise an issue that needs an immediate attention, but is it relevant? It's not. Also, I can stop. Comrades, can we, all of us, stand up? The CIC is making his way. Then we will. Leadership Dumela. Leadership Dumela. Leadership Dumela. Dumela. Iyo Dumela. Leadership Dumela. Leadership Dumela. Leadership Dumela. Dumela. Iyo Dumela. Leadership Dumela. Leadership Dumela. Leadership Dumela. Dumela. Iyo Dumela. Leadership Dumela. Leadership Dumela. Leadership Dumela. Dumela. Iyo Dumela. Dumela. Leadership Dumela. Leadership Dumela. Pati emzabalazwene. Emzabalazwe. 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 Umalema beka khona. Emzabalazwe. Umalema beka khona. Emzabalazwe. 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 Usirili beka ngekho. Emzabalazwe. Usirili beka ngekho. Emzabalazwe. 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 Amandla. Thank you, comrades. Now we are going to call in the podium the commissar and the second respondent of the EFF, our deputy president, the one that we all of us embrace ourselves with, the one that all of us as young people brag about and also love so much. I'm going to take this opportunity without any waste of time, fighters, and give over to the Deputy President of the EFF, Commissar Floyd Nyugoshibam. Deputy President.
Mandla. Amandla. Forward to socialist economic freedom. Forward. Forward to economic freedom in our lifetime. Forward. Amandla. Away to long live the Commander-in-Chief. Long live. 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 Amanda. Away two. Thank you very much, President of the Student Command. The Commander-in-Chief and President of the EFF has joined the National Students Assembly to come and speak to the delegates, the 588 voting delegates that came. Comrade President, the Student Command National Student Assembly is constituted with delegates from all provinces. And we've got guests from Swaziland. We've got guests that are former officials of the EFF Student Command. So we then, as part of this program, of course, had said that we must be given guidance as conference in terms of what are the expectations of the economic freedom fighters on the young people who have gathered here. So without waste of time, fighters, delegates, I want to introduce a revolutionary, a leader of the economic emancipation movement. The economic emancipation movement that does not only exist here in South Africa, but inspires revolutions and activism in the entire African continent and the African diaspora. Comrade President.
How does this thing work? Amandla. Amandla. Viva EFF, viva. Viva EFF, viva. I hule EFF, I hule. I hule EFF, I hule. Tata EFF, tata. Tata EFF, tata. Thank you very much, Deputy President, members of the Central Command team who are here, the guests of the Student Command, Comrade President of the Student Command, delegates to the 4th National Student Assembly, delegates of the youth component of the mighty economic emancipation movement, the oil that has turned the wheels of the revolution in all histories of struggle. We have gathered here for the first time in 3 years because of the disruption caused by COVID-19. The leadership of the EFF Student Command has led with grace period as a result of this, with a longer term than usual, and probably thought the day where they are relieved of their duties will never come. But today we are here. It has arrived, and depending on how dynamics unfold, you will be returning to the very ground that you rose from all those years ago to become ordinary members after your lengthy term in office. Fellow comrades, we have gathered you here to hold a festival of ideas and so mark yourself in history as a unique generation. We have gathered you here to give you an opportunity to be the student movement that develops a definitive plan to achieve free, well-resourced, and decolonized education. You are here from all corners of the country to provide the EFF, the mother body, and the EFF Student Command with a line of march. Comrades, you must, on the basis of your 7 non-negotiable principles, develop a program of action that will rescue South African students, the higher education sector, and all young people in South Africa. You must do this on the basis of ideas and genuine love for the youth, and not in pursuit of positions, tenders, or being part of the corrupt network in the institutions of higher learning. This is because we know that there is an emerging tendency in the student movement to contest power for the wrong reasons. We are aware that generation of brave young people who have shed blood in defense of the right to education are being betrayed by a class of young people who see student leadership as a way of making money.
You have been corrupted at a young age and have begun resembling that which you fought against when you were established in 2015. When this student command was formed, it was a selflessness and loved poor black student that defined it. It was your availability to serve and sacrifice, even though you were already safely in the system. It was your ability to take rubber bullets, arrest, suspension, and expulsion, all to ensure that no one is turned away from the gates of learning, even though you were already registered and on course to finish your degree. That is, and has been the character of the student command. Selflessness, commitment, and not the tendency we see of being collaborators in blazers and suits. The culture of a complacent student's command that mistakes power as a vehicle for proximity is a foreign culture in our student command. It is this culture that must be arrested, or the youth will not see a difference between you and those who serve the interest of the establishment and only audition for political power. The student command must respond to the emergence of corruptible leaders, and it must do so decisively. The student command must define itself within the political arena and be known for its ideas and its selflessness. You must become more than a campus movement, because that is what limits you, and in the process creates an elitism that produces corruption. You will become a campus movement because you do not appreciate history and the role an intellectual youth has played in shaping society. The 1976 generation was not a campus generation. They did not limit themselves to campus battles because they knew the problems of the campus began in society. The problem of the campus are produced by how society is structured and who dominates society at that particular time. There are no problems in campuses that do not find their roots in the national question and national problems of the country. That is what Onkgopotse Tiro understood. That is what Strin Moodley, Tsietsi Mashinini, and Steve Biko understood, that there was no possibility of campus liberation in an oppressive society. You cannot achieve free education on campus while your government implements austerity measures and cuts TVET's infrastructural grants, practically collapsing higher education. It is not possible to contribute to build more learning institutions and residences when your government and the majority of African people are tenants. The struggle cannot be waged outside responding to the land question. That is why your first principle is to mobilize students behind the struggle for economic freedom. You are not anti-capitalist, anti-tribalist, anti-sexist, and anti-imperialist in your campus's outlook, but in your world outlook. So our concern is, what is the EFF Student Command position on matters of national and international significance? What is the EFF Student Command position on substance abuse and on youth unemployment? And what initiative has the student movement taken to address these challenges? We are interested in the position of the student movement on the energy crisis, independent power producers, renewable energy, and the discourse around the imperialist agenda to force South Africa to abandon coal. Where are the engineering students of the left, and what is their position? Where are the leftist medical science students, and what has been the posture of the student movement in the debate for the state to create its own pharmaceutical capacity, especially after we became beggars of vaccine during the COVID-19 pandemic? Where are the students of the TVET sector, and what is their role in the debate for massive industrialization, and what is their leftist contribution in the revolution for a string vocational sector that will resemble China and grow our economy? We know you have fought for clearance of debt. We know you have fought for free registration, but after registration period, we do not feel the presence of the EFF Student Command. after your brave efforts during Sizofunda Ngenkani campaign, where does the student movement go? And why does it disappear from national discourse? This conference, and through your commissions, must answer these critical questions. Comrades, despite these challenges, the work you have done has had tremendous impact on the lives of ordinary people. It has shaped the past, the future, and the present. You have been the part of the gallant struggle and sacrifice, at times even your own lives. It is the loyalty to the ideas that gave birth to this movement that will sustain you, which is a Marxist, Leninist, Fanonian ideas. It is an appreciation of the Marxist diagnosis of capitalism and dialectics, understanding that in your context, you are fighting against commodification of education. You are fighting against education being means of reproducing the social condition that sustain capitalism, and reading education as a means of wealth accumulation. You are Leninist because you appreciate that liberation cannot be achieved outside of a principled political organization against the system. You must appreciate the role of the vanguard party in leading society out of the grip of imperialism and contesting electoral power to push the system to its limits in service of the people. You do not contest SRC election for blazers, status, or to improve your CVs. You contest that space to bring consciousness into it and create conditions which are conducive for a socialist agenda. You are a Fanonian because you appreciate that the color of our skin makes us a hated people, and we need to decolonize the mind and soul and find ourselves and our existence outside of it being determined by white supremacy. We are Fanonian because we understand that black people are alienated from a sense of self. We understand that the former liberation movement decay and betray the revolution and require a replacement. But fundamentally, we understand that the process of colonialism was violent and therefore requires a violent response. That is who we are. That is what must distinguish us. That is what must distinguish this student movement from the rest, which have produced a shallow middle class interested in its own self-enrichment. Combatants and comrades, we must cement that ideological understanding of ourselves. Otherwise, we can be manipulated and get lost in the wind. We are here today to reflect, but most importantly, have a deeper understanding of the importance of education. We are here to think of education as a service, as a duty, as a means of achieving the highest sense of humility. My role here today is not to tell you to be activist. It is not to tell you that the road will be easy or that the journey to self-enrichment begins in a book. My simple task is to impress on you that you must add value into society. Your education must add value to the aspirations of our people. Your education must not be about yourself, otherwise you have missed what education is about. Education is service to Africa. It is about bettering humanity, even if that begins with bettering self, as long as your education inspires something. That is the essence of what you were fighting for during Feast Must Fall. That is the essence of decolonization, because decolonization is not complex terminology. Decolonization is a quest to make education relative to the social condition confronting us. What is colonization? Decolonial scholar Torres writes that coloniality refers to long-standing patterns of power that emerge as a result of colonialism, but that defines culture, labor, relations, and knowledge production well beyond strict limits of colonial administration. When we say education must be decolonized, we are referring to making it accessible to those who have been historically excluded. We are speaking about an education that responds to a history of erosion, oppression, and misrepresentation of African identity. Decolonization is a quest for humanity. It is a journey to see ourselves in what we learn and learn what we can become within confines of literature. It is the basis for seeking to build a better world. What is scary and anxiety-inducing about decolonization is that it is disruptive. It challenges the status quo belief of what we think is the norm, but change must not be feared. Decolonization is important across many fields and necessary. Scientists, engineers, mathematicians who have no appreciation of the need to make knowledge responsive to the needs of society view their field as a means of accumulating wealth, whereas wealth is useless in an unjust society. We need ways of thinking and being that alters our relationship and understanding of education. We need engineers who respond to structural needs of the villagers from Matatiele to Lobachum. There is a need for engineers who can plot integrated railway networks and forms an alternative energy that will not make human labor absolute in the way that machines seem to be doing in modern society. We need scientists who center the developmental needs of Africa and whose research is based on the environment we live in. We need a socialist environmentalist who will hold capital and capitalists who pollute the earth accountable and not force us as Africans to abandon natural resources while we contribute the least pollution. Our scholars and historians, our literature must reflect Africa as a contributor to the history of humanity. Our history must tell the tales of African medicine, spirituality, engineering, architecture, and resistance to colonial domination. The resources and gift you have been given of leading the youth must be responsive to these needs. That is what you learn. That is the type of humanity we envisage. I will, however, be committing a betrayal if I am not to give some clarity on the ideological learning makes the most logical sense in the context of society today. It is undeniable fact that capitalist modes of production have failed. Society is in a permanent state of war, poverty, and monopoly of wealth in the hands of the few under capitalism. As a young generation, you must be able to respond to this. You must be able to assess whether the current economic system, which is defined by liberalism and capitalism, is conducive to building a better society. Comrades, you must make education fashionable, because education is not about what you have achieved as an individual, but it is about how much impact you make in society. Have you become a tool that society can rely on, or you are educated for yourself, not only for yourself but also for your family? We don't want educated people who only exist for their own families. We want educated people who exist for the entire village. We want you, when you graduate, the entire village must ululate in celebration that indeed we have produced one of our own who will serve as a point of reference and also inspire the many, many coming generations. Comrades, it is that very logic that blinds black people in South Africa into a state of doubt and inability to affect change to their spiritual and material realities, as the only knowledge and production they have had access to be that which has been deposited to them by white people. The analogy of a banking system of knowledge is an ironic truth of reflection of capitalist modes of knowledge production and their purpose, and is what characterizes relationship of learning at institutions of higher learning. Knowledge is imparted by white lecturers and professors who carry with them the racist and capitalist bases that make up their identity. It is imparted to unsuspecting and unquestioning students who must accept curricula as is. The purpose of decolonizing, therefore, is to undo the uneven relationship of knowledge production and ensure that education is in sync with the material, spiritual, and theoretical needs of contemporary African society. Comrades, when you fought for free decolonized education, you were fighting to identify yourself in the curriculum, because the curriculum you received, you could not relate to and could not respond to a material condition. Comrade President of the Student Command, we have seen a case of Mthokozisi Ntumba in Braamfontein going through without any form of protest outside court by the Student Command. And Ntumba was killed because they suspected he was fighting for you. We have seen many young people get raped in the campuses. We have seen many young people being killed in the campuses. But I'm still to see a march of a student command to the Department of Justice or to any police station, or to go and report the police who killed Ntumba to IPID. If I were to ask you, what is the case number of Mthokozisi Ntumba, you will not have an idea, because you are concentrating on something else other than that which matters in the eyes of young people. We must seek justice for Mthokozisi Ntumba because he was killed for us. And therefore, if we allow him to die in vain, it means we will sacrifice many others who are going to come after him, who are fighting for our rights. Comrades, young women in the campuses must feel safe. Young women in the institutions of higher learning must feel safe. And it is the responsibility of the EFF Student Command to make sure that young women are given a conducive environment to learn and pass. No young woman should sleep with a lecturer for her to pass a particular course. If there is such lecturer in an institution who want to sleep with young women in order for them to pass, we must see the student command in the forefront, confronting that particular lecturer and exposing that lecturer for who he is. We cannot sit back and just gossip about lecturers who are sleeping with young women and we do nothing as a student command. We must not seek favors of lecturers, VCs, or management. We must always be on the side of the young people, particularly young women. You are the only youth organization that exists in South Africa today. But where is your voice with regard to the unemployment of young people in South Africa, particularly the young graduates? Where is the student command to lead the biggest march in the history of unemployment to demand that all young graduates must be employed, and failure to employ them, they must be given a graduate stipend, because going to school we must be paid for. If we don't get paid for, many young people will not join the ranks of education. We must not destroy the future generation by making the current young graduates look like they've got no value to add in society. The leadership of the student command must lead us to champion that agenda. There is a World AIDS Day coming on the 1st of December. Most people who are affected by HIV and AIDS are young people. I can tell you now, there will not be a single HIV and AIDS program of the student command. But once they say there is an SRC elections, all of you are visible, wanting to contest positions of power, but do nothing with those positions of power, because you have been in the SRC in many institutions of higher learning. Yet, young women are still not receiving free sanitary towels, but it was in your manifesto. You are an SRC in many institutions of higher learning. You have not cut the social budget and replace it with 1 meal at least per day for the poor in the institutions of higher learning. You continued business as usual, as if you are not the radical youth coming from the mother body who is militant and uncompromising in character. Comrades, the leadership of the Student Command must lead the political and ideological activities in society. You must be a thinking tank of the mother body and not the other way around. We must hear new concepts and new ideas from you. Do not mimic us, challenge us, give us the new styles of dancing, because you cannot dance like us. You must be all rounders. Do not be old people in young people's bodies. Be the youth. Be ready to commit mistakes. We will condemn you. Be ready to self-correct, because if you repeat a similar mistake, it's no longer a mistake, it's a decision. We want you to be the most troublesome youth of the EFF. We want you to be the most uncompromising youth of the EFF. We want you to be the fire eaters. We want you to challenge the mother body, especially as we get old. We get tempted to agree with the status quo, because we now have many children and they've got many types of demands, and that salary of parliament will not meet those demands. So when we are given opportunities on the side, we get tempted to take them. It must be you who say to us, hey, Udiain, that is not in line with non-negotiable cardinal pillars of the EFF. You must know the non-negotiable cardinal pillars of the EFF by heart. You must know the constitution of the EFF by heart. You must know the founding manifesto of the EFF by heart, so that when mistakes are committed, you know that this is not in line with the constitution of the EFF. On my way here, I saw some people outside this venue. And then only those people reminded me by their presence outside that that I'm going to a conference. Because conference always have friends of conference who just come to a conference uninvited and because they are ill-disciplined. Do not be threatened by people who say you are ill-disciplined. If you do everything in line with the Constitution, in line with the guidelines, as long as you know that that which you are doing is in line with the Constitution, when they say people are ill-disciplined, you know they are not talking about you. Because you are not doing anything outside what the Constitution requires. Lenin teaches us that for us to collapse the ruling elite, we need a grounded, disciplined leftist organization. In the absence of an organization, there will never be the collapse of the status quo. And therefore, the only disciplined, grounded leftist organization can only exist if it's constituted by disciplined members of that organization. That which makes ZCC is the discipline of its members. When they are told they must not eat pork, they will not eat pork whether the bishop is watching or not watching. And when you give them a sandwich and they doubt that there is pork, they will not eat it. Because they are in doubt. So discipline teaches you that when I'm in doubt, I must not do it. because it means there's something wrong with it. So when you are called into factional meetings and there is something that says there is something wrong with this meeting, even if you can't put your fingers to it, but there's just something wrong about this, you must know you are in doubt and therefore do not participate, because you do not belong to a faction, but you belong to the organization. There is nothing as nice as belonging to the organization than to belong to individuals and to groupings. Because when you belong to groupings and to individuals, you must always be checking where they are. That time you are sleeping, they send you an SMS. Or where are you? We are here at Max's place in Mlaz. Or yes, they are going to resolve about leadership. And then you wake up to go there. There is no leadership being discussed. They are drinking alcohol. But you disturbed your peace because affection meets at night in cocoons in darkness. So when you don't belong to such, when they say, where are you? Say, I'm sleeping. And nothing moves in your body. Because you are not going to be elected by a group. You are going to be elected by the organization. And if the organization doesn't elect me, it's not because the organization hates me. It's because the organization says you are not ready yet. You need more other years to be in position of responsibility. Do not be shaken by not being elected. Do not doubt your worth and your leadership capability and capacity because you are not elected. You can lead from behind, because leadership is ideas. These people of the EFF are so rude. They don't even give me water so that I can stop quickly. There is a difference between power and glory. Most people love glory, and they confuse glory for power. And that's what the ANC loves. It loves glory more than power, because glory is to receive the blue light, is for people to open doors for you, is to be given a huge office and do nothing about it. But power is to occupy the office and disrupt the status quo. You use power to make changes. So if you become the president of the student command, the question you must ask yourself is, in the last 3 years, what did I change? Except that I was being called a president. And that is the most fulfilling thing for you. I was called a president, and you confuse that for power. That is not power, that is glory. Power is, we managed to force Wits University to register students who did not have money, but they were deserving. We managed to organize a march to Blade in Zimande's office to demand that they must scrap the student debt, because we cannot graduate into a permanent poverty, because this debt is trapping us into a permanent poverty. You should have changed the living conditions of the students of Univen, who live in conditions which are worse than the conditions the pigs live in. Through you, you led a discourse to a point where the university had to renovate the residences of the students. You can't just say, I'm a president of the SRC, therefore I sit in the council. Even though it is my second year, I've got accommodation with the postgrads, and I've got a single room. I also control the freshers' budget, and you use that for corrupt reasons, and then you say you've got power. And even when you leave that position, you say, when we're in campus, we're very powerful. That's the story you go around telling everybody, that when you were in campus, you were very powerful, meaning you were stealing money and buying alcohol and then exchanging boyfriends and girlfriends. And then you call that power. Power is to change the life of an ordinary young African girl who rocked up at campus with borrowed money from the village and does not have money to return back. And you saw her and said to her, you will not go back. You are going to be admitted in this university. You will be given accommodation in this university. You will graduate in this university. As the student command-led SRC, we are going to make sure it happens whether they like it or not. That's power. That when you walk the streets of South Africa, people say, there walks our former president. This guy used to fight for us when we were excluded at school. Not this guy used to exchange girls and boys at school. But the man now. That's your legacy. As a president of the SRC, you have nothing concrete to show. Comrades, the EFF must be constituted by selfless people. People who are prepared to share the smallest piece of food. Because that's who we are. We must never derive pleasure out of mocking those who are poor in campuses. Poor people must revive our consciousness and remind us why we are part of the struggle. To see a poor person on daily basis should serve as a charging point for you to continue doing what you are doing. But if you are on your own and you exist for self-glory and to be praised as an individual, once you achieve, you don't care who else is going to achieve. I've made it. We don't want those type of people. The ANC cannot be replaced by an ANC light. The ANC must be replaced by the complete opposite of the ANC, the most militant and radical organization that will not require 5 years to change the simplest things like the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which they say is celebrated all over the world, yet we are the most unequal in the world. Because the role of the Constitution is to create equality. And if the Constitution has not created equality, it means it has not achieved what it was formed for. And therefore it must be changed. The Constitution of South Africa as is now, it has served its day. It was a constitution that came out of sunset clauses. We now need the sunrise constitution because the sun can't set permanently. We need a constitution that is going to say the state is the custodian of the land and that all of you who want more accommodation, no billions of rand must be spent by an institution or government. A land must be expropriated, and we build a new university, we build new residences for free. Why? Because everybody is going to benefit from that land. Why must we pay you money to get the land which is going to benefit literally your own child? Because if you are the owner of the land here in Tefluop, surely your children are going to come to school into this university. So you want us to pay you so that we can educate your children? It can't be. Land that is going to be used for all must be, with immediate effect, nationalized, expropriated without compensation for the benefit of all. Comrades, we want free education for all, not for the poor. We also want to give the rich free education. Because if we say free education for the poor and we exclude the rich, that they must pay, they are going to form their separate education and pay there. We must say free education for all, compulsory for all, and no private education, so that both the rich and the poor learn from the same education and learn the same thing. This thing of independent board of examination, what of private schools, is nonsensical. It's a confirmation of a divided society. There is public education, there is private education. Public means black, private means white. And then they say 1994 came, we achieved our democracy. There is no longer discrimination. There is discrimination, white, non-white. It is just that they gave it new names, public and private. It means the same thing. We want children to go to school next to where they stay. Alexander children stay next to Sandton. In Sandton, there is that school that Vuyan went to. St. David's. That's close to Alexander. The Alexander children must go to St. David's because it's closer to them. And if the whites are going there, let's meet there. We don't want private education. We don't want anyone rich or poor to pay for education. We want all of you to receive one curriculum, to go to the same schools, and that's where we are starting to build a nation. We can't build a nation through division of private and public. South Africa is not a nation yet. Because for us to be a nation, we have to share a common agenda. How do we share a common agenda of a quality education when others are being educated private and others are educated publicly? But we say our vision is that of quality education. If that is the vision of all of us, let there be one education system. Fighters, this country is in the hands of the dogs. And these dogs must be beaten until the owner comes out. Because these people are not the real owners of our country. Ke polteria ya mpya kore idio ba mpya ya Rupert. We need to remove this guy. But Thabo Mbeki is not an alternative neither. Jacob Zuma is not an alternative neither. The EFF is the alternative to the problems confronting the people of South Africa. The ANC must die, and must die a painful death. The ANC must feel the pain our people have felt for more than 20 years under the uncaring leadership of the ANC. I don't understand why there can't be consensus. When a president is caught with money, cash, under mattress, inside sofas, and then we must still debate that. We must debate that with people who are saying they are people of moral high standard during Zuma's time. That they've got a unquestionable morality. When their man is caught with money, we must debate that. That is when you have now abandoned the country for corrupt, selfish reasons. There shouldn't be a debate. And I don't understand why Cyril is also causing us so much pain and saying we are bullying him. There shouldn't be a debate whether Cyril must resign or not. It's automatic. You still want us to debate? We caught him with evidence. And then you want us to debate that he's a criminal. We cannot allow the immoral South African middle class to choose what is moral and what is immoral for us. For a president to be compromised like that, caught with his pants down, and still want to behave like he was caught with his clothes on. But the man is naked. He while chuchi papa awariaperi. Mari, you are naked. Hey, but munao utsweri kamrwalo. There is no debate about that. But let's wait for Cyril to explain. Explain what? Thabo Mbeki wants to speak like he's a moral authority after he just said to us, let's allow Cyril to explain theft. Bukhodu. Let's allow him to explain. That office must be protected with everything. Whether he's wrong or right, the way he acted, it's wrong. Pure gangsterism, pure thuggery. Not only money, you take the helicopter of South Africa without a case number. Police release a police vehicle van. Or hey, motho shule o rapile tsamalo motshwara o sale gana ka go ba o busy o sale busy ba come and open the case first, and then wait for 24 hours to get a case number. Then with that case number, then we can act. But Cyril is a separate citizen, above the law, no case number, no nothing. He chases people to Namibia. Not only that, with South African Police Services helicopter, going to look for thugs with our helicopter. With our helicopter. And then we must still keep quiet. Leave the money. Leave the money. The man takes police of South Africa to go into a foreign land to go and look for money that was stolen. To go and look for stolen money. Kiditsotsi, dia kitimishana, ki gangster. O ka re shebile movie. Wo utswecha wo. In a typical gangster, but no, let's go for him. But a respectable citizen of South Africa, when they stole from you, the first question is, did you call the police? Did you go to the police station? That was never in Cyril Ramaphosa's head. Urle no ke taba kre. Agere ke strata. Le kwatsipa la gangster. Brr. O latella ditsotsi. Ba tshwara ditsotsi jela. Re dila ka eng? Di resource tsa rena di tsamaeng. Ba ba tshwara, ba ba tlisha ko ntlong. Another gangsterism. Abaru ba tshwara ba re no, let's take them to the police. They go to the house and torture them and torture the female domestic worker. After torturing that female domestic worker, he comes here and says, we must defend women and gender, and that time he just violated the rights of a female domestic worker in his house. And then you guys come and say, let's still have debate. Let's leave the money. Let's go to subs. Let's go to torture. The whole president torturing in his house. And remember, we're talking Phala Phala. There is still Sandest. There's still Soweto. There is still Venda. There is still Cape Town, where monies are stored under mattresses. And Mpumalanga, we asked him the question of Parliament, how much is left in these other properties, because they are talking about one property. All the properties have got money stored. And to show that ANC is constituted by sick people, they still call such a person their president, who had them starving for 6 months last year, including in December, the workers. No salary, no nothing. Cyril's conscience doesn't even say, let me take a bit here. We're talking billions. Billions. Let me take a bit here and give to the ANC poll to find a way of giving these people a salary. I told you of selflessness just now. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have just the sympathy of those workers who work for his party to get a salary. That time he's sleeping on top of billions. So we are in a consultation with everyone, including the most reactionary organizations. We have reached a point where we no longer care. This man must go. And we will remove him whether he likes it or not. We cannot be led by gangster. So when we call for mother of all shutdown, every campus in South Africa must come to a standstill. And not only students, including the workers themselves, who are going to say, we are not going to school, we are not going to teach, we are not going to clean, we are not going to manage. We are going to defend South Africa against gangsterism, because South Africa has been captured by gangsters. When we call for the mother of all shutdown, the smallest village, if they don't have a transport, they should find themselves burning a tree and singing around the tree. Learn now apart. Every corner of South Africa must come to a standstill. That's the power of the organization. And we need to demonstrate to them that we are not scared of Rupert, we are not scared of Minel, we are not scared of the Oppenheimers, we are not scared of America or Britain, we are not scared of France. We are not colonial subjects. We are beings of our own and can determine our own destination. We will not allow the imperialists to impose their puppets on us and we do nothing about it. Let's show imperialism that we are a different kind of a generation. We are not our grandmothers. We know a puppet when we see one, and that puppet shall be confronted. Because this man is a representative of imperialism. His job is to continue the legacy of apartheid and colonialism, and he must be stopped. 9 years of wasted, 9 years of Zuma. It looks like that Zuma thing was a picnic. Cost of living is too high. It's too high. We are even unable to go and take oil from Russia because Stutzela Sisi Sitweri power on behalf of those who are fighting Russia. Singenapi. All we want is the oil. Let them fight there. They must not involve us in their problems. No, he has chosen side. So the cost of living is going to be extremely too high in the next few months, not years. As the war continues, as the isolation of Russia continues. You need a brave government that is going to say, we belong to BRICS, we are going to work with BRICS to make sure that we defend ourselves against imperialism. We are not saying Russia is leftist and progressive, but at least there is an alternative being created. Let there be competition, and we will choose which side we want to be, because that's what democracy is about, the right to choose. Not this thing that America is doing to us, imposing who we can trade with, who we can't trade with, even when we are swimming in a pool of poverty and hunger. We've got so much we can give to Russia. Not even money. We have so much we can give to Russia in exchange for oil. Once we drop the oil price in South Africa, everything goes down. Our problem is the oil. Now, they are coming again. They say, close all the coal stations, power stations. Close them. You are polluting. But if you check the biggest polluters in the world, it's the same people who are saying we are polluting. China is building one of the biggest coal power stations as we speak now. But we are told we must close ours. Imagine what's going to happen to Mpumalanga. The day you close those coal mines in Mpumalanga, there will be nothing left of those people. But equally, we will not have a reliable energy, because we are not opposed to renewable. We are not opposed to independent power producers. But we cannot rely on the weather alone. That today there is no sun, therefore there is no electricity. We need to use coal to build an alternative energy and build our economy like they did. The so-called developed world, they used the coal to develop themselves. Now that they are fully developed, they say, no, close the coal so that we can be permanently poor. If we fail to remove the ANC and for some reason it closes the coal mines, the EFF must be ready to go and mine with or without ANC permission, because those are our mines. We are not part of them. We will mine this coal If they don't want to use it, we'll take it to those who want to use it in exchange for money so that we can sustain Mpumalanga and everybody else who relies on coal. We get debated in British Parliament as if we are a British subject or province. ESCOM get discussed by the British Parliament on which direction ESCOM must take, because we are a colonial subject. This country is no longer the colony of Britain. If the ANC gave them that impression, they must know their friend ANC is going away. We are not going to belong to any structure of Britain, including Commonwealth. We are going to withdraw from Commonwealth because there is nothing common about the Commonwealth except that we're all the subjects of Britain. We don't want to belong to anything that has got to do with Britain. Britain needs us. We don't need Britain. France needs Africa. Africa doesn't need France. The president of France once confessed that if it was not of what we are doing in Africa, there wouldn't be a country called France. It is sustained literally by African minerals and natural resources. So, fighters, please, when you are here, remember that you are here to discuss the alternatives to the challenges that confront us as a country and as a continent. Remember that ours is not only South Africa, it's the African continent. We don't see it here, we see it there, because ours is a giraffe view. So we must make sure that we see the whole of Africa as a better place for humanity, not as a place of rejects and a playground for the imperialist forces. Find solutions to the African problem. You are here as young intellectuals. Use your brain to give us an alternative practical solutions to the poverty of a black man. Tell us, what is it that we can do to love ourselves as blacks and as Africans? Because they've instilled in us the spirit of self-hatred. And that's why when we see other Africans, we see enemies. Because we see ourselves as our own enemy. Let this conference find a solution to a problem of xenophobia and self-hate. Because we will not achieve any of the things we spoke about here in isolation. We need the continent to come together. And when we are together, we cannot be defeated by America with its dollar. Because ours is backed by very powerful, high in demand, natural and mineral resources. So the EFF Student Command is not a place to play. It's a place where we build the second and third layer leadership for the EFF. You can't be a member of the Student Command and not be a member of the EFF. You are lost. So it means you are eating our food for free. Because we are investing in you. So that when our time comes, you need to come and take over and lead this organization. We don't want a situation when our time comes to leave. When we look at the back, there is no one, because during your student command, you did not join the EFF. You are going to come up here with a solution on how do we help the mother body to reach 1 million members before the end of December. You always say there in the campuses, you win a campus. But when national election come or local election come, you lose that campus. Because student command members are not members of the EFF. They are only concerned with student politics as if you exist in isolation. So I will propose the constitutional amendment. Those who are going to deal with the constitution here, please consider amending the constitution that before you join the EFF student command, you must join the EFF, the mother body first, for you to be accepted as a member of the EFF student command. The second amendment I will propose is that before you join the student command, you will join the mother body, but also you must be a registered voter on the IEC voters roll. Because when we're registering you for this conference, it was so embarrassing that some of you were not even registered to vote. But you are a delegate to a conference of a political party, yet you are not registered to vote. What a contradiction. But this gives us an opportunity to fix that mistake and make sure that in future when we are sitting like this, we are guaranteed, sure, that here are members of the EFF, here are registered voters on the voters roll of the IEC. Comrade President, we wish you all of the best. We think that you played your role, and I'm not sure if you are still standing. If it was for me, I would advise you to start looking for a job somewhere and then allow the young ones to lead. But you must know that in the EFF, there is no dustbin for children of the EFF. A very bright future is awaiting you. You have demonstrated capacity. You have grown to become one of the well-spoken leader of the EFF. Very articulate, very clear of what the EFF stands for and what the EFF seeks to achieve. And when we say we are producing second and third layer leadership, we're referring to people like you who grasp and understand what this animal EFF is about. So we hope that you have done the same in preparing the second and third layer leadership for the student command. The success of any other leader is to produce leaders. Thank you very much.
Amandla. No, thank you very much, Comrade President. I think the message is very clear. So, fighters, delegates, we are going to release the President and Commander-in-Chief so that we continue with what the conference was busy with. It was still discussions of the political report. And then immediately after that, I think the agenda says that will be lunch, and then after lunch, take organizational report, treasurer's report, then dissolve the CSCT, and then take nominations for the top 5. So that is what we're going to be dealing with now. Let us all sing as we release the Commander-in-Chief and President of the EFF. Amandla, there's some few issues that we have to provide guidance and on, which you are dealing with here. You'll continue. I was listening to all of you when you were making inputs here on the political report in terms of what happened, but all the speakers that spoke here are males, and it can't be correct that we have got an assembly that is constituted minimum 50% of female delegates, and there was not even a single female intervention in terms of the political report. So this is what is going to happen. Before we get the president of the student command to respond to the issues, there must be a new round of hands strictly of female fighters who must speak on the political report. And then there will then be the responses, and then we will then follow the agenda as is. That is one intervention that we have to deal with. The second intervention is that people who are not delegates to this assembly are not going to enter the assembly. We know that there are branches that set after the due date of the processes of this NSA who came here. Those are not going to participate who have given them money to go back home because they mistakenly came here. They either mistakenly or opportunistically came to this assembly. We must never go out of process, because immediately we bend over in terms of the process, we're going to set a wrong precedent in terms of how organization is run. Once a process is set, its final is clean in terms of what happens. We are custodian of this assembly as the EFF. We are custodian of the processes that led to constituting this assembly. And we're 100% convinced that all the delegates who were supposed to be here were informed on time and are here. So there's no one who must be raising frivolous issues about people who are supposed to be here or not here. This conference is properly constituted. So there's no doubt about that. So those are some of the few interventions that we must make. Let's continue to debate. Who was chairing the platform is the Secretary General of the Student Command. Take hands of females, interventions, then responses. Immediately after that, we'll go to lunch. When we come back, we deal with organizational report, treasurer's report, dissolve the CSCT, and then take nominations. Let's proceed.
Amandla. Amandla. Thank you very much, comrade. That's how we're going to move now. Let's get the round of hands. Females only. Let's start this side. You'll be the first one. I'm still noting hands. Comrades, let's try to be in order and let's get seated. Let's start this side. Are there any hands? You'll be the first one, the leadership. And then here. This row, please. Let's have a hand here. I will move. Here. I will move, comrades. Yeah, yes. You'll be the second one. And then this side. You'll be, what's happening? Okay, you'll be the third one. I think that's the Secretary of Housing. And then the fourth one, the spokesperson, Housing Media. And yourself there, the back. I'm sorry I can't see you. Then the last one there, far back. Okay, here. This row. It can't be. It's unorganizational. You must speak. Okay, no, it's fine. Thanks. Let's start this side.
Okay, my name is Senande Vangile. I'm from Port Elizabeth College, Ikaya campus. Andizobamde, I'm actually here to ask questions based on e-TVETs. On the political report, I believe there was stated that there was a march quite ahead. I would like to find out in Abayendo Bana what resolutions were taken based on Indaba Yokfunda in terms of where we were facing COVID-19. There was in implementation where there was going to be online classes. As Tibet sectors, Tina Besnigafumani, any data, any gadgets regarding to that, Elenduza. Meaning, my question was, what resolutions was really taken? Tibet sectors, because still as Tibet sectors we suffered, and Tina, we felt like guinea pigs of Ilenduza, of COVID-19, because we were still expected to attend content classes at the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move. I think that was the only hand here. Let's get this through. Let's try and sit close to the mic to avoid wasting unnecessary time. Thanks.
Molweni, igama lami ngiphiwe kuhle Qabaka. I'm from Stellenbosch University. So now the one thing that I just want to raise to President is that you said must be shouldn't just be suspended but expelled. So I just want to give you a point of correction there that he has been expelled. So which should further what I want to add to that is that Ama comrades, you need to learn to consult the ground on that campus before you go and you make your own conclusions. Thank you.
Yeah, teaching. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's move.
Thank you, SG. My name is Agnes Ramalepe. I am from the Ekurhuleni West TVET College, and I am currently the Gauteng Provincial Secretary, the second biggest province in this assembly. I think it was the chairperson of Eastern Cape, the provincial chairperson, who said that we can't raise our hands and question the reports because we were in a meeting that adopted the very same report I am trying to question. The truth of the matter is that in that meeting, and all of the CSCT and PSCT members can attest, we were not questioning the report. We were amending the grammatical errors. They were reading and we amended the grammatical errors. We did not question the report. So when I was, when I was going through the political report with the president, I see that the first speaker spoke about TVETs. I come from a TVET. The report does not speak about SAFETA. The president speaks about SAFETA, but it's not in the report. It raises a question to us as TVET college students who are not only members of the EFF-SC and members of EFF, but who are the majority of students in this assembly, that are we not recognized? The fifth cardinal pillar of the EFF speaks about industrialization. The only way that this country is going to see industrialization as a reality and not as a dream is through TVET colleges. So when we come to these assemblies, we expect the president, the SG, and everyone to recognize TVETs, to recognize that TVETs are the link between the society. TVETs are the link for black people in the entire country. So we cannot speak about industrialization, but at the same breath, not speak about TVETs. The current SAFETA chairperson, he's the outgoing chairperson of the province, comes from my campus. We win Safeta like it's nobody's business. We are TVET students. But it's not in the report, President. Perhaps because TVET, we are told we don't have matric. So we're not going to be included. So, as the Nobala of the province, who is a mechanical engineering student in a TVET, I am saying to the president, can we be acknowledged? Can the student command speak about TVETs? Even the constitution does not speak about TVETs. So when we leave this assembly, can we make sure that TVET students are included, that TVET students are in the constitution? When we are disciplined, when we are suspended in TVET, we are told we must bring our mothers to come and represent us. When we have to bring lawyers, we are told, don't come with your lawyer, we want your mother. Student command does nothing for us when we are suspended. So please, President, can you just maybe include TVETs? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nopala. Thank you very much once again, Nopala. Iyakhulu inhlangano sikuvile. And we have noted we'll attend to it.
One settler? One settler? Greetings once again, comrade. It's so rude of me to come after my secretary. I would like to talk about gender-based violence on the political report. Comrades, it's not okay that we constantly talk about gender-based violence outside the EFF, and yet in the EFF we face the same situations that females who are not in the EFF are facing. We face males who derogate us, who take us as if we are just numbers. Why is it that even in the top 5, we need to have a president who's a female soon? Comrades.
Order, comrades. Order. It can't be.
Comrades, the reason why we are fighting now after I've done with my statement, it's because you think that when someone is here to speak in an NSA, that person is trying to lobby you. I'm trying to state how I feel as a female in the EFFSC. Comrades, we have a zebra approach to say that we need 50% females, but you will see that when we come as that 50% females, we'll be told that you are either too young, or you get here, they will tell you that you got here because of a male. Why isn't that when I'm here speaking, you respect me as such? Why should I raise my voice for you guys to hear whatever that I'm trying to speak? So what I'm trying to say is we cannot talk about gender-based violence outside EFF when we still have males who don't respect us as females here. Comrades, we had issues in other campuses. For instance, in UJ, where females were raped. We had to go around trying to fight it. But where was the student command to assist? As much as we talk about SRC, but we also need the student command to induct the SRC. Because we cannot take people who are academics to lead without inducting them, and we expect them to do what we think is correct. I will not speak further, comrades, but I want us to look at the gender-based violence.
Thank you very much, leadership. Ivage. Can we move?
Amanda,
I think Nobala covered everything because actually we engaged about that, that thing of surface not being included in the political report. In the political report. Yes, we need Student Command to really assist us in this thing of SAFETA and look into it every time when we go to elections, because we feel like when there is a South conference, you guys are prioritizing that thing, but it comes to TVS things, you're not even entertaining the whole thing. And coming to again the SLC elections from TVS, you'll see that if ever there's a SLC election, there's CJC, and then CJC won all the seats, but there's SLC election, maybe go UJ. You're only gonna publicize the UJ part, but TVS you always been sidelined. You never even say anything about TVS. You never even calculate us as TVS. So the only thing we need is that can we be treated equally like university students? If ever there's something that is happening in TVS, can you also accommodate us? Oh, my name is Malifa Sahanga from SWGC.
Thank you very much, Leadership Malifa. Thank you very much. The last hand. The last person can walk close to the mic.
Amandla. Amandla. Greetings, comrade in the house in its fullest capacity. The one standing before you is Nyakala Mukwena, Deputy President of Gauteng. Deputy Chairperson, mind you. Sorry about that. But not to deter from what my secretary has also spoken about. I think that we tend to lose a lot of focus when it comes to Tibet and the critical issues that we need to address. Specifically when we are speaking about transition within the sector, when we start looking at the competency of the curriculum itself, leadership, there's a lot of work that needs to be done there. We continue to bear the brunt. A lot of TVET graduates cannot be seen as competent even by the world of employability because of the competency of the qualifications themselves. What are we saying about that as comrades? We continue to speak about the TVET at a very surface level, but we're not going into the pertinent issues that need to be addressed. When we look at our TVET lecturers in TVET, they can't even provide technical qualifications to be in this space. As she had said, my secretary had emphasized earlier on, that TVETs are closing an economical gap in our country. But we cannot begin to even see that as anything of value if we do not respect artisans as much as we respect our engineers. It is not fair for a marketing student who is as competent as a student who has studied a BCom in University of Wits to not qualify in the same platforms, but rather be ridiculed and reduced to a matric pass learner. It's not fair. It's things that we need to look at as a command and as student command, and to work better into saying what can we do to achieve more, what can we do for our CSCT to now start looking at the TVET in a more closer spectrum and start questioning these things, not just to have questions, but to bring effective resolution.
Thank you, leadership. Thank you very much. Present. Okay. Yes. CSCT members? Anyone? Sharp. DSG? Sharp. TG? President? Okay.
Comrades, thank you very much. I will try as much as possible to answer your questions. But let me start with the... What's happening? Why? I'm answering questions. Eh? Comrades, can we proceed? Because I don't know whether you are questioning that SG did not recognize her.
No, I did. I raised my hand. And in fact, Bagolo Dumelang, this is Ellen Mitlapi from Northwest.
No, but it's not done what we are doing.
How? Because
You are speaking and you are not given a podium. I still want to understand what's happening.
no, actually I did. I raised my hand from far. I've been sitting there at the back.
Who's refusing that you did not raise your hand?
Hey, Batum.
I'm saying you are speaking and you are not given a platform to speak. SG, your round of hands was closed, right? Yes. Comrades, we are going to proceed. The SG closed the round of hands, then we are proceeding. Comrades at the back there, don't think that because you are far from us, we can't see your faces. There's a screen here. I can see you. Stop doing what you are doing. We are saying we closed. I'm going to continue, and then if you are going to howl like that, then we'll take a decision. I'm going to continue now. We have closed. Comrades, on the issue of EFF Students Command members electing their own delegates, I don't know whether the suggestion was that they elect their own delegates in their own assemblies. That will be automatically going to the assemblies of the EFF to assist with the contribution of the ideas there in the EFF. The issue is simple, my leader. We are saying all members of the EFF Students Command must be members of the EFF in a ward of the EFF. Already when you are a member of the EFF in a ward, then the processes of a ward of the EFF will have you going to the conference of the EFF. We can't have a separate arrangement where it's only Students Command that brings their own delegates as Students Command going to the conference of the EFF. So it means even some of the EFF, they must just also say we must have our own delegation going back to the conferences of the, of the Student Command on the basis that they are what? They are actually students as well elsewhere. So what we are saying is that go and be a member. As much as you are a member of the EFF Students Command, go and attend meetings of the EFF. Processes of the EFF will unfold in the meetings of the EFF in your ward. And if you happen to be a delegate, you will become a delegate because you are a member of the EFF in a ward. And then, Comrade Bund, because I still remember you raised these things. On the question of fighters getting suspended and you know, I'm speaking, I'm seeing people are raising hands, I get disturbed. Can that stop, please, fighters? Please. I'm speaking, you are raising hands, can that stop? Please. Now, Comrade Bund, here is the reality. And I tried to show you on the report when I spoke.
President, can I address you?
No, you can't.
Yes, but President.
Which province? Comrades of Northwest, I'm going to request DOR to remove you.
I'm trying to assist, President.
You assist what? I'm answering questions here. We have passed that, Mus. What is this?
Okay, can you recognize me after then, President?
Yeah, maybe. And then, Comrade Bund, I also tried to put it on the report when I said the South and the Safets, that this South, in most cases on its own, it's only PYA structures that are leading there. And you will know and you will agree with me that this is a national student body that takes decisions about, across the country, that binds even our own SRCs. Right? And now when we give an instruction as the CSCT to say this is the line of march that the EFF Students Command members in the campuses must do, and they do opposite what South have said, then they come target. But also, you close campuses during the process of registrations. You close campuses because you are frustrated of the issues on the campuses. Management, they are frustrating you. Allowances, book allowances, many issues or conditions of living in your campuses. Then you go get arrested. When you get arrested, some fighters, they don't report those cases to the CSCT. I'll be honest with you. In KZN, I don't know, Comrade Buntu, if you're honest to yourself, and if those who are here from KZN, they are honest of themselves. How many people who have assisted with legal there in your cases? Some of them were even paid your bail. When the students were arrested, I think there were 8, if not 18. We even paid your bail money there, cash, to release you. And then, because why? They called us, they informed us that leadership, there's this crisis which is happening now in our campus. Fighters are arrested. Then we came to say this is what we can afford. We can assist you with legal what? Assistance. The issue of Comrade Mlungis, you must also be honest, fighters. The student command, no, I'm answering. Buntu, I'm answering. Can I answer? The issue of Comrade Mlungis, you know it's also in our heart. And somehow financially we are limited as the EFF Students Command. That's the reality. That's the reality. And that is why when we said, let's go and have a gala dinner and invite people and we even sell tables in the gala dinner, it was to raise funds for the student command. One of the reasons is that you get arrested, you will need legal assistance. At some point, sometimes, we also have a team from the EFF of legal that we send and disperse to go and attend cases that which we are aware of ourselves. So what I request fighters is that every time when there are cases, fighters are suspended, don't sit and say, I don't agree with that leadership there, therefore we will see how we deal with it ourselves. And when you are going to insult us, they are not doing anything, and you are not aware. That's the reality. There was a case in Free State, when fighters were arrested in Free State. I did not know. I saw fighters there appearing in court. I called SG. SG, are you aware about this case of Free State? Who's representing those fighters there in Free State? SGR, I'm not aware. And then, luckily enough, we called chairperson of Free State, Commissar Mandis. Then we asked, Mandis, are they reported to me? And I even assisted them with what? With a lawyer. Then we said, it's fine, Commissar. But in future, when they do that, first refer them to us. So that tomorrow, they must not come and blame us that we are not doing what? We are not attending to their issues. When they call you, request for assistance, ask them, have you spoken to your CSCT first? If they say yes, what was their type of assistance? No, they couldn't assist. It's fine, let me assist. Then we move like that. What I'm pleading with is that, please, let's report these cases. We know there's a strike somewhere. Possibilities are that fighters will be arrested. So that when we are striking there, and we are aware, Buntu, that we have closed the campus in UKZN, then we reserve lawyers to say anything can happen in UKZN. Fighters are striking. Please be on reserve. So that immediately when such things happen, we disperse to say, please go and assist what? Fighters. But it comes at a later stage, at some point when we are appearing for the third time. Then it comes to us. Then now, on the, yeah, let me finish. I'll take you. Yeah, I'll take it. Let me just finish these points, then I'll take your point of order. I will take your point of order. It's a follow-up, Buntu, eh? Yes, it's fine. Your hands is for what? Clarity. No, it's fine. Come. Sorry? There was a fighter of Free State who stood up in a point of order first, before all of you here. It's not West, eh? Can you please take a podium?
Thank you, SG. Speaking here is Zenzo Hlazo. President, speaking here is Zenzo Hlazo, the Provincial Secretary of Northwest. President, I want to assure you that as an ex-officio of the CSCT, we have an obligation to protect this NSA. However, President, I think you are beating Northwest because issues that were raised at the forefront there, they made feelings to rise. So now Northwest is being beaten for that. So I want to bring it to our attention, President, that when the lady was standing, just that we have a banner here. So the SG couldn't see that there's a person who's coming, but the lady was recognized. So can we not police her from speaking? Can we allow her to say whatever she wanted to say, and then so that you respond like that, President? Thank you.
And then there was another point of order. No, Buntu is a follow-up. It's not point of order. But there was a guy for point of order before Buntu. Yes. I can't hear you, my brother.
President, on a point of order, President, at Kuruleni East Tived College at the beginning of the year, we had an incident where a taxi ran over students, 7 students. And it was raised to Secretary General Musikoza. The only thing he requested from us is a reference number.
What is your order?
The point of order is that, President, the leadership itself failed in its duties. No, leadership.
No.
Leadership.
No.
President, we raised an issue with the leadership.
Your point of order is that we failed?
Yes, leadership, you failed.
No, it's fine. Buntu, follow up. And be brief, Buntu. Be brief, my man.
Izwele tu. No, ndibonge President. Nzaba mfushane futhi. Now, what I wanted to clarify, actually, is that we do report cases. For instance, former secretary reported the case that we are also interdicted by the institution that says we can't even strike, we are suspended within the institution. Actually, I was not asking a monetary intervention, a political intervention to ensure that all the institutions they respect. It is not easy for them to suspend a member of the EFF Student Command in campuses because this nonsense is happening to universities and colleges. In colleges, they don't even allow members to wear the regalia. Campus managers whom are deployed by the ANC. I want those political intervention to protect comrades, to protect the organization. I'm not trying to grandstand or leadership. It's an honest engagement that we must also find a situation to ensure when we are going on the ground, we will be able to protect our brothers and sisters and fight for a free decolonized education so that the coming generation won't suffer. We must be the one who must be suspended and arrested once and for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then, Clarit, you are the last person to speak. Which one?
Amandla.
Wait. You will come. Yes. Can you sit down, Oyen, then I go back to Northwest. Northwest, can you have that opportunity to present your question?
Dumelang Magolo, it's Ellen Mitlape from Obi Tivet College. Mr. President, what I wanted to say, I think it will be best if I say it after we've elected, because of...
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And then now, now, comrades, this is what I want to avoid now. Because you ask questions, and now I'm responding to questions. We are not creating a dialogue, because I'm responding to questions. I'm going to wrap up now, so that we can go to lunch. We are going to lunch. And then lunch is also by time. Oyena, your issue, it was what? Clarity.
Yes, clarity. President, uthe kubuntu sanibona igama lami ngu-Oyena kwaKZN from UKZN Edgewood campus. President, you said Tina, we do not report cases. You helped our students as a KZN awu-18 ayanenkinga. So my question is on the issue of how many students of KZN have you helped bexoshiwe esikolweni? Not students who were arrested on the razzmatazz. I'm asking about students who were victimized by the system esikolweni sabo. How many of them have you assisted? There are students of MUT that have been suspended. How many of them have you assisted? There are Umbilo and Coastal V College. Those students were arrested on their campus when they were striking. How many students of KZN have you helped when they were victimized in their schools? That's my question, President.
Oyena stood up in a question seeking clarity, but she said clarity. She didn't clarify me. She was asking me a question, seeking clarity from me. So I'm wrapping up. Comrades, wait. I'm wrapping up. Comrades, I still maintain, when you say to me, there are many students in KZN who were arrested and so forth, I'm still referring and I'm still maintaining my point. Report and make us aware. When you say how many you know, I do not know you because you did not report. Then I move. Comrades, we must move now. We must go to lunch. Okay, I will come to the point here, TVETs. Then I wrap up now. TVETs colleges. It is not correct that we are not actually having your best interest in our hearts as the organization. Now, if you check, and you will see it when you are going to write reports sometimes to go and present a report. That report that which you are having there did not include TVET. But as a presenter, the person who's presenting the report, I should not wear Pistora type because I know issues that TVET colleges or SAFESA should have been included. And then it's not there in black and white. You are fighting for it to be in black and white. I said it. So the issue is that when I'm going through the report, also as I read, it comes to me that SAFESA was supposed to be part of this sentence. Then I put SAFESA in the statement. Your issues are recognized. TVET colleges, we always make sure. And then we always even, those ones who know that we even visit their campus. There's a TVET college in Seshego. Capricorn TVET College, Seshiwo campus, that they will tell you that we went there and the things that we did there, even the management, they were even surprised, or this student command can even do these things at the TVET level, where we forced the management to even give TVET College laptops there during this process here. I mean, just difficult time here, load shedding. So we go visit, I mean COVID-19. We go visit TVET colleges with those TVET colleges who are presenting and giving us their issues and telling us if leadership visit us on this day, there are issues that are affecting us and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come and assist us. We avail ourselves. We go and assist them. So comrades, now we are going to go to lunch, and then when we come to lunch, then we will outline the program. Thank you very much. What time are we coming back? Comrades, wait. Comrades, wait.
Amandla. Thanks, comrade. We're now going for lunch. Let me check the time now. It's 22. It's 20 to 2. So it's strictly 1 hour. So what time are we coming back? Is it 20 to 3? Is that clear, comrades? We are going to use 2 venues, Serengeti and Clover's Green. Those were the 2 venues we used for breakfast this morning. Strictly 1 hour. Then when we come back, it's organizational report and teachers report. Thank you very much.